issues, and that is one of the reasons why you were invited to this summit, so that you can hear it from the horse's mouth. A profession is a vocation that requires specialized training, and procurement and supply chain function is a profession, much as you lawyers are. The challenge is that profession in Uganda right now is not very well regulated. If not, it is not regulated at all. Yet, the professionals have been bashed left and right. When you talk about procurement, people start questioning the integrity of the professionals and practitioners. What can we do? Every professional ought to belong to a professional body. And if you are a procurement professional and a practitioner, the Institute of Procurement, of the Institute, IPPU, is your home. You ought to belong. Without wasting a lot of time, allow me to call upon the chairperson, IPPU Council, to give her opening remarks. You are all, once again, very much welcome to the 7th Annual Procurement Summit. Thank you.
Is this okay? I can use this. Our guest of honor, Honorable Norbert Mao, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Accountant General, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Lawrence Semakura, the Executive Director, PPDA, Mr. Benson Toramye, the Commissioner, Procurement Policy and Management Department, Ministry of Finance, Dr. Isaac Charigonza, the council members of the Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda present, the Secretariat led by the Executive Secretary, Mr. David Kalitani, accounting officers present, contract committee members present, professionals and practitioners, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen in your different capacities, good morning. I welcome you all to the 7th Annual Procurement Summit. Honorable Norbert Mao, thank you for accepting to officiate at this function as our guest of honor. IPPU appreciates this very much. Thank you. The Director of Legal Services, Minister of Justice, excuse me, Mr. Bonson John Bosco Souza, I don't know if he has come in. Thank you for accepting to be our keynote presenter on the sub-theme Legal Aspects in Effective Management of Procurement and Supply Chain Function. Excuse me. Professor Moses Mwezi, Deputy Principal, Makerere University, Makerere Business School, thank you for accepting to be a keynote presenter on the sub-theme, the role of recruitment and selection in professionalizing the procurement function. Our distinguished panelists, the Executive Director of PPDA, Mr. Benson Toramye, the Manager, Legal, PPDA Panel Appeals Tribunal, Mr. Francis Kiwa, former Commissioner, Policy and Management Department, Ministry of Finance, Mr. David Kinji, the Human Resource Association of Uganda Head, Mr. Ronald Bossa, our moderators, Patrick Kagawa, who's a Program Procurement Specialist to RIP, Ministry of Finance, Mrs. Gloria Twese Wakova, who's with Bank of Uganda as a Deputy Director and a Team Leader, Bank of Uganda Innovation Hub, and all our distinguished participants present here and online. Thank you for accepting the various roles and being present at the summit. The theme, as the MC said, for this summit is professionalizing the procurement function. As we all know, the government of Uganda, and maybe even other governments, spends a significant amount of money in expenditure through public procurement. The procurement function importance is therefore derived from its role as the vehicle through which the implementation of the bigger percentage of the budget is managed. Our guest of honor, that kind of importance requires a good regulatory environment for high performance to make our country a great place to work and live in. Appropriate regulation fosters productivity growth through timely processes, flexible approaches to new issues, and a service focus, among others. Good regulation is more than well-designed rules and regulations. Efficient and effective regulators with good regulatory practices are needed to administer and enforce regulation. Appropriate governance arrangements for regulators support improvements in regulatory practice over time and strengthen the legitimacy of regulation. Strengthening the governance of regulation will help to maintain the confidence and trust of those being regulated and the broader community. Our guest of honor, I wish to bring to your attention the need to have the procurement and supply chain professionals and practitioners of Uganda regulated by a body mandated by the Act of Parliament. The Institute of Procurement and Supply Chain Management, IPSCM Bill 2022, was forwarded to the first Parliamentary Council for official drafting. The Institute needs and kindly requests for your support in this matter. Once passed, the Act shall go a long way to regulate the procurement and supply chain professionals and practitioners and contribute to improved service delivery. Regulatory integrity helps achieve well-guided and objective decision-making and avoids the risks of conflict and improper influence. Establishing a regulator with a degree of independence, both from those it regulates and from government, can provide greater confidence and trust than regulatory decisions that are made with integrity. Statutory professional regulatory bodies are different from non-statutory regulatory associations like ours today. IPPU is currently non-statutory. They are more likely to impose obligations on their members, including mandatory professional liability requirements, while the professional associations are not able to do this because they don't want to impose burdens on their members. They will issue binding professional guidance, establishing standards of practice that all members must comply with, while professional associations are more likely to describe best practice that members are not required to adhere to. They maintain public registers that contain information that is in the public interest for the public to know, which contains information that members would rather not have published, such as disciplinary history. Now, professional associations just maintain member directories to assist networking, and this may only be accessible by members. Now, professional regulatory bodies have detailed rules like codes of ethics that are legally binding and govern the conduct and practice of members, while professional associations will often have codes of ethics which are not always enforceable statements. Professional regulatory bodies will implement quality assurance programs such as professional inspection, whereas the associations are reluctant to do that because they lack mandate. Professional regulatory bodies have sophisticated investigatory and disciplinary processes, subject to procedural standards set by the law, while institutions like ours today will often have discipline mechanisms in the books that are rudimentary and rarely used. So our guest of honor, it's against the above background that I've just gone through that the IPPU seeks your indulgence to have the bill in place to enable regulation of the supply chain professionals and practitioners of Uganda. The draft bill has been with the Ministry of Justice for some time. We can avail the details if needed. So on behalf of IPPU Council, management, and entire membership of the Institute, and my own behalf, I wish to thank the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I think today it's led by the Accountant General, which is a great honor, for the support it has accorded IPPU ever since inception, the critical recent one being the efforts put in the IPSM-U bill. I wanted to say that IPPU started in 2008. It currently has a membership of about 1,600 registered, but the paid up members are as little as 300 to 350 because we lack the mandate to enforce this. I would like to thank PPDA once again for all their support and guidance they give to us and our members, and your presence whenever we call upon you, like for this summit. Thank you very much. Allow me to also take this opportunity to thank the IPPU Council, and I request you to stand. Please, Council, stand. Thank you very much, Council members. Rosalind, Chris, you can put up your hand. Susan, Godfrey, Hadija, Simon, Obadiah. Thank you. And the Secretariat, led by Mr. Kalitan David and his team, who are running around. Thank you very much for all your effort in preparing this summit. We don't take it for granted. To our sponsors, we appreciate your sponsorship, and it is our prayer that the partnership continues to grow strong. We thank the entities, ministries, agencies, directorates that have participated in this summit by way of buying tables, and also individuals who also bought cards for the summit. It is now my singular honor to welcome our guest of honor, Honorable Norbert Mao, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, to speak to us and open this summit. Thank you for listening to me. May God bless you. As the Minister comes, I request you to clap for Minister of Finance. I request you to clap for PPDA. So, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. The chairperson of the Council of the Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda, and your entire council, all the dignitaries from the ministries, departments, agencies, and the private players, members of IPPU, dear friends. Let me start by telling you how I got here, because it is also a procurement activity. Rosalind, who works at the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, came and told me to come and open this meeting, and she had a letter signed by the chairperson. I know the family of the chairperson very well. I went to school with her brother, Emmanuel. I told Rosalind that I have an invitation to preside over a graduation ceremony at the Law Development Center. The intention was to tell her to back off. But then she said, you know, the chairperson insists that you should be there as minister, and that they will make sure you can kill two birds with one stone by starting early. So, though ministers are notorious for coming late, I was here by 8:30. And the Hotel Africana offered me asylum in their VIP room. And I believe because the council was so impressed by my punctuality, the entire council came to receive me. This is the first time I've been received like that in any event. So I am really pleased to be here. I don't want you to think that my heart is at LDC. My heart is fully here. I'll switch on the LDC part after I've said goodbye. Your organization is hosting its 7th summit. Therefore, it has survived infant mortality, which normally occurs before the age of 5. You have survived the killer diseases that cause death to infant organizations. I therefore suppose that you have vaccinated your organization against some of those diseases. In organizational terms, those diseases may not be the ones we study in biology, namely diarrhea, diphtheria, kwashiorkor, and so on and so forth, whooping cough, but there are dysfunctionalities that affect all organizations. I know that because apart from being minister and a lawyer, I also lead an organization. And you know, political parties are in a class of their own when it comes to dysfunctionalities. It's therefore in order to congratulate you, Madam Chairperson, and your entire council and membership upon this achievement. For 1 year, the Ministry of Justice did not have a minister. About 5 months before I arrived in July, there was an acting minister who was full-time Minister of Public Service. This is the first time I'm hearing that you are aggrieved about a draft bill gathering dust in the building where I sit. You didn't have to wait until I'm here to tell me. I wish alongside your invitation letter, you had also attached that grievance. I would now be making announcements rather than promises. Nevertheless, since the first Parliamentary Council has instructions, next week I'll be communicating officially to you, Madam Chairperson, about what is happening. We are trying our best to enhance efficiency at the ministry. The Attorney General's Chambers, which is in the ministry, actually has a commitment to respond within 2 weeks to any request, either for clearing contracts. Sometimes we fail because we depend on other people. For instance, if it involves procurement of land, then you must first of all work with the chief government valuer. So sometimes the problems are not ours. But it will be done, and it will be done this year. In the company where my father worked, that's Uganda Grain Milling Company, there was some officer called purchasing officer. I guess that those are what procurement officers were called those days. The government of Uganda even had something called Central Purchasing Company. There was even foods and beverages. In other words, all societies tinker with the issue of procurement. For those of us who campaign, procurement is always a nightmare. In the military, logistics can make the difference between victory and defeat. Napoleon famously said, amateurs talk strategy, professionals talk logistics. So procurement is really about logistics. And your practice is about getting staff. I had my encounter when I was appointed minister with this monster called procurement, when my secretary wanted a refrigerator. That's when we started hearing things like user department and all those kind of things. I think those of you who are professionals assume that people know your language. Actually, we don't understand your language. We all suffer from that. I'm sure you have attended funerals where the cause of death is being explained to mourners who don't understand exactly what the doctor is saying. They're talking about thrombosis and things like that. And why don't you just say the heart failed? Of course, lawyers, we are also guilty. We tell our clients, now we are going to prepare a plaint, you need an affidavit, and so on and so forth. We are going to apply for habeas corpus. Somebody's son or daughter, husband or wife is simply in jail, and no reason has been given why they have been arrested. And you are talking about habeas corpus, and somebody is wondering what habeas corpus is. So I believe that you need to put a step-down transformer so that you don't electrocute us with your language. Anyway, eventually I discovered that my secretary didn't know the procedure for procurement. So I appeal to you to go back and educate people. Even ministers actually may not know procurement processes. I know many of you fear to come to ministers to educate us. Of course, not all ministers are humble enough to accept that they are ignorant about certain things. But I think as part of orientation, you could work with the cabinet secretariat to organize some of these meetings, even some permanent secretaries. Because these days, we have permanent secretaries who are not from the traditional public service. Somebody just parachutes into the ministry from a ventilator, like I did, and then all of a sudden they are the accounting officer. And you are there saying, sir, sir, when you know the fellow is totally ignorant. So it is our duty to talk to the head of the public service to ensure that people really get to know what happens. These are the reasons why procurements take too long. The other day, I was handing over some vehicles to our prosecutors across the country, and I was told that the procurement started last year. I know that a ship from Japan may take about maybe 40 days to dock at Mombasa. So to bring 42 pickups to Kololo airstrip surely cannot take one full year. These are the challenges that you have to face. I call upon you to be agile. Agility is the name of the game. In my experience, many times you who are in charge of procurement don't have real choices. At best, you have trade-offs because we are in an economy which does not have all the resources we need. If we had all the resources we need, those vehicles would have come by air. But as you know, in procurement, the faster a service is delivered, the more expensive it is. I'm sure that is in line with your own experience. Now, this business of logistics goes back a long way to the days of Noah's Ark even. You can imagine he had to look for the materials to build an ark and thereafter assemble the couples that were supposed to enter the ark. That one is a serious procurement operation. Even Jesus had to carry out procurement of feeding 5,000 people. Therefore, I am convinced that your profession is critical. All the explorers that sailed the high seas did so in order to find the shortest routes that would bring necessary goods to the people who needed to purchase them. Trade cannot go on without knowledge of procurement. And that is why procurement is discussed in every field of human endeavor. Even great warriors like Alexander the Great realized that he needed a system to supply troops rather than relying on looting civilians. The Romans placed supplies at intervals of 30 miles because that is the distance they used to cover in one day. Even when I visited the camp of the LRA led by Joseph Kony, I found that they had a procurement officer. Of course, their procurement officer was not asking for LPOs and definitely was not negotiating because normally those who supplied did so involuntarily. So they would come to your shop and demand for sugar and you have to give it and you are not paid. Even the National Resistance Army did procurement. You can hear up to now people are demanding for payment for cows eaten by the National Resistance Army in the Luero Triangle. Sometimes they went to banks also to get cash from banks from where they never had accounts. Napoleon lost the battle at Waterloo because of procurement problems. Hitler lost in Russia because of procurement problems. Even in 1985-86, the government of Uganda fell because of procurement problems at Katonga. The army was not being well supplied. Therefore, I am here because I want you to know that we value your profession. Now that you're a profession, the challenge is to be professional. There's one thing to call yourself a profession. It's a different thing to be a professional. Why is China growing so fast? Because they have taken initiatives to make procurement easy. I've never been to China, but by those who have been to China tell me that China is the easiest country to do shopping in, even when you don't speak the same language with the person selling you items. Now, President Xi Jinping launched something called One Belt, One Road, which is supposed to create new trading routes. It's now possible for a train carrying goods to move from China up to London. All this is intended to make procurement easy. From my experience, your knowledge should equip you to identify where goods and services are, to have a methodology for assessing who is first, second, third, and fourth, selecting, and of course purchasing, and then keeping a record of the good suppliers and bad suppliers. All these duties you do gives you a lot of power. Now, the chairperson talked about some of the negative comments about procurement officers. I think those are mainly attributable to delays. If a procurement process is hanging on your desk for too long, you cannot blame those who think you're fiddling with something. After all, you have a contract committee, and you should make quick decisions. So I'll tell you the same thing I told prosecutors. If a file is on your desk for more than 2 weeks, what are you doing with the file? Make your recommendations and pass it on to your superior. Otherwise, people will think you are bargaining for a bribe, and you wouldn't blame them. The same with judges. If you have had a case, and 1.5 years has passed, you are not delivering the judgment, what surely is happening? You must be up to no good. So, speed is the name of the game. It will be our pleasure to introduce you to some of the institutions that can help you with better training. We meet lots of diplomats. So apart from pleading for scholarships for lawyers, I want to promise that now I will also be talking about the IPPU, so that these embassies can also think about you when they are offering scholarships. Because if you fail, the whole government fails. The other thing is to deal with the conflict of interest. I believe conflict of interest is everywhere. We all have conflicts of interest. But rules should require that we declare conflicts of interest where they exist, to avoid peddling. It's your duty to protect decision makers, particularly political decision makers, from those who influence peddle. I know the president is accosted by so many people who position themselves as informal procurement officers, and thereby undermining your work. When I arrived at the ministry, the Electoral Commission was looking for a new home. To my shock, I found that somebody had procured a hospital to become the new headquarters of the Electoral Commission. So how can a building designed to be a hospital be the headquarters of the National Electoral Body? And they even deceived the president enough for the president to endorse the suggestion. Can you imagine if we said Mulago becomes State House? It was not designed to be State House. Where are you going to receive ambassadors from? In the general ward? So, apart from having a law, you need to insist and protect your territory as procurement professionals. The next thing we had was these informal procurement officers, because you are in competition with informal procurement officers who have access to powerful people and who have influence either on account of family relations or the fact that they have held some powerful position, former ministers, former members of family, former members of cabinet and parliament, former chairpersons, former RDCs, high-ranking security officers, whether they are retired, and family members of powerful people. Through the IPPU, you will be able to collectively fight against such things. You are going to receive people who are going to call and say, the president prefers this service provider. Then what's the point of having the laws? I want to promise Rosalind that you'll never hear from me telling you this or that. I will always tell you the quality of things I want, and I can suggest possible suppliers, but I'll never insist that it must be this or that. That is very, very important for us. It is because of poor management of procurement. That's how you end up with the Uganda Airlines bring an airplane that now needs repair after a very short time. So, your profession is critical in the fight against corruption. And therefore, you must have absolute integrity. Okay, what's integrity? Integrity does not mean you are saints, by the way, just in case you think you must move with the rosaries and wave Bibles. That's not what I'm talking about. Integrity is choosing to do what is right rather than what is convenient. In your work, you are going to inconvenience many people, including those of us who are your political leaders. But that's the nature of the job. Sometimes people go to court to challenge your decisions. I want to promise you as Minister of Justice that we shall make sure that courts process the cases relating to procurement as quickly as possible in order not to paralyze your work. Because of procurement-related challenges in the court system, 7 trillion shillings is tied up in the court system. 3 trillion are related to land. UNRWA has deposited billions and billions, hundreds of billions in the courts waiting for adjudication on compensation. Therefore, Madam Chairperson, in case your members here came this morning thinking you are going to have a light seminar, I want to tell you that this is a deadly serious business you are in. So take yourself very seriously, walk with your heads high, and do not let anybody intimidate you. Some of you will be threatened with being fired. Some people come and, they say, do you know the people behind this company? I know, I'm sure I'm talking a familiar language. These are the things you are always hearing, and don't pretend that you don't hear those conversations. Some people will invite you to take you to lunch, to dinner. Some people will meet you on the streets and then start telling you they'll bring you files, they will try to do this and that. So the major role of IPPU is to ensure quality assurance. Even as lawyers, we have bad eggs amidst us. So the duty of this association will then be to expel the bad eggs. I end by addressing the young professionals who want to be proud members of the procurement profession. From my reading while preparing to come to talk to you, I want to assure you that there are very many opportunities in the procurement field. You don't even have to be an actual procurement officer. You can even become a procurement analyst who simply gives information about who are the most reputable suppliers. You can then protect government against those who brand well but don't supply. Because there are suppliers who really know how to brand. They can brand themselves so well that, and they become household names. And that therefore can infect your decision making with an inbuilt bias against those you don't know. That's why I said you should be agile. Aren't you once in a while surprised by a company that you have never heard of, but who performs better than a company that you have always been dealing with? So that flexibility is very, very important. You need to know how to source. Some of you young people will become procurement consultants. Now, procurement is global. It is no longer local. So you better tell the companies you deal with that they are in competition with the whole world. As Ugandans, we prefer that we should be served by fellow Ugandans, but we must not massage bogus companies just because they are Ugandans. You must tell them off. Once in a while, come face to face with the suppliers. Procurement field should pay well. Unfortunately, for those of you in government, you're underpaid. So I think that's another field that we should consider apart from the scientists. Because we are talking about scientists, but I think if we don't pay procurement people well, we have a problem. The procurement professionals will find ways of paying themselves. So we rather deal with that. I urge you to interact with the Inspectorate of Government and also organize seminars, Madam Chairperson, so they understand procurement. Many of the people in IGG are incapable of investigating procurement problems. So you also need to organize trainings for us. I urge you to organize trainings for Public Account Committee of Parliament, the Local Government Public Accounts Committee, so that they understand the body parts of procurement. Just like if you are studying a car, you must know the engine, the transmission systems, the gear system, and so on, lighting, electricals, so that they can unpack it. This will help us and save us from the drama which normally comes when accounting officers go before parliamentary committees. So you end up with big headlines. Ministry of Justice PS grilled by Parliament. So you go and read the story and you find nothing. It is important that you let everybody know that you have procedures. I am one of those who is frustrated by procurement procedures, and I always make it clear. But there's nothing I can do about it. That's the law. It has got to be followed. So it is important that you prepare us for the inconvenience of what you do. Your profession gives you a lot of exposure to the entire market, and it can prepare you for fulfilling careers. So I urge you to do your best to meet the demands of the stakeholders. And there are multiple. There are multiple stakeholders. I urge you to establish trust, because trust is very important. And we expect that through your decisions, costs will be reduced. Many of the things that we read about show that government spends a lot of money. And yet government, on account of bulk procurement, should be saving money. I heard rumors that the famous roofing materials were procured at double the price. Now, I have only one tip for you. Assume that you are procuring for yourself. Would you do what you are doing? And this goes to everything. You may be faced by a minister who wants to exercise their taste for luxurious things at public expense. When I arrived at the Ministry of Justice, I found a very, very expensive car to run. A fuel guzzler. I was told, Minister, that is your car. You need 2 million shillings to go to Gulu and come back. So I asked myself, would I really buy this car if I was the one signing the check? So I urge you to resist the pressure of people who want you to spend public money to enable them enjoy things that are otherwise beyond their means. For several months, I was moving in a Pajero Sport, and it was becoming an embarrassment at the ministry because state attorneys were having bigger cars than the minister. And one time I appeared representing the president in Ibanda as a guest of honor, and they laid the red carpets and my own microphone, my own podium, you know, they set up for a president. So I was being hosted by the Inspectorate of Government, and we were having coffee, and then the IGG said, bring the minister's car, it is time to go for the function. But when they pointed to her, the minister's car, it was a cause of embarrassment because people were likely to mistake others to be the guest of honor. So we must accept the reality that we are still a developing country. We don't have all the resources. It is your duty as procurement officers to make us live within our means. At the Ministry of Justice, we have a Mercedes-Benz limousine procured for a minister. It has become junk there. Now, why should we have that? Really, if you want to buy the most luxurious car, buy it using your own money. Sometimes, of course, you are also deceived by overzealous suppliers. You know, this shiny Chinese furniture. They look very nice the first 6 months, but they will not last for years. So government should really procure things which last very, very long, because governments will never go away until Jesus comes back to take over. So those are my practical tips to you, that prepare yourselves for a tug of war with us, the political class, because we will always be, even when you are procuring tickets, there was a gentleman who I'll not mention here for peace, who had some business in Europe. But whenever he would have to travel to Europe, even to South Africa, the flight would be via Europe. Now, as a procurement officer, you are in trouble, because this is a very powerful person who says, you know what, I'm going to Johannesburg, but I prefer Air France. So what are you going to do? So I didn't come here to make a formal speech as a minister, to say things which sound nice. I came here to tell you, in other words, to scratch where we are itching. You know, you can scratch your head, but if it is not the one itching, you are wasting your time. So please, let us scratch where we are itching. We have a fight with the power, with power. In other words, you are, so through this institute, an organization, you become a power. Because the only way to counter power is using power. There's no answer to power apart from power. Fortunately, power exists in many forms. Not all power is political. You may not have political power, but you have a form of power, which I hope you'll discover through this summit. And using that power, you'll be able to build allies for a new mindset in government, so that we demand services rather than indulging outrageous tastes. It's very, very important that we do that. At the Ministry of Justice, by the time I arrived, I found that good decisions had been taken, You know, every ministry has these things of, when you go to visit a minister, you find samosas, you find Rolex, you find spring rolls. I grew up not knowing these things. I knew pancakes, and why are we not Africans when we are in our offices? Then you find lots of water. When you go to the parliamentary committees, the tables are like a restaurant. It is a buffet. And somebody sips the water twice and leaves it there. And there's no Panadol in the hospital. Our soldiers don't have fuel in the Congo. So, at the Ministry of Justice, that has been abolished. So, people who visit me, the most they can get is a bottle of water. And we are now about to go to 350 milliliters. So, Rosalind, prepare for 350 meals. Because that one is so small, it is just like a small glass. It is even possible to pocket. You can even carry it without appearing like a Musama. You know, these people who come to visit us, they always must be seen with bottles of mineral water. So, little things like that can allow. At the Ministry of Justice, that has allowed some bit of lunch allowance across the board. So rather than the minister organizing a feast for all his visitors, something can be done. So I urge you not to be afraid to make proposals to decision makers, to your PSAs and so on, and access them, advise them, so that they can do the things. The other thing is disposing of rotten vehicles in our garages. I don't know whether there's anybody from police here. Yes. Commissioner of Police. I think I'm going to have to ask the thieves to come and start stealing the vehicles. Why are you not, because you're procurement and disposal, why are you not disposing of, if you need a law to do that? So we need you to get rid of those vehicles. And the ministries, sell those vehicles as quickly as possible. I understand there's a rule that they must first stay rotting for 5 years. I don't know, somebody must have told me that. For instance, the vehicle I've been moving with is there parked. So let some courageous person come and buy it, look good on the road, but pay heavily. So those are some of my random thoughts, really, because with us being threatened by the international community for insisting on protecting our family values and our culture, we are going to be in for a season of belt tightening. Everybody must tighten their belt. Even the president has reduced the size of his convoy. Yeah, he has. He used to have, over 40 vehicles. I don't know who they were carrying, but they were always following him wherever he goes. But now, because of the economy, so let us save money to develop our country. We need things that will develop our country. Our youth need to have housing. The police need houses. All these are things that can only come when we have money. And I can tell you, and repeat what I often say, since I joined government, I don't believe that government is poor. Government actually has money. Anybody saying government doesn't have money is a big liar and should be challenged. And you are the people who can ensure that the money we have does the right thing. I'm convinced that through your organization, you'll have substantial influence and you'll ensure that everything is delivered on time. Through creative demands, you'll also drive innovation so that people will supply the things that you need. It's now my great honor to declare the 7th Annual Procurement Summit officially open for God and my country.
Another round of applause for the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the words of wisdom, for the encouragement. And I can assure you, IPP is going to be knocking on your door, because with your pledge and promise, we are sure this law may finally see light of day. We are going to have a photograph moment with the guest of honor, because he has got another engagement somewhere. So I request the dignitaries on the podium to come down, and we shall start with the Council of IPPU. Please come and take a photo here with the guest of honor, IPPU Council, and then that one shall be followed with the summit officials, the keynote presenters, and the panelists, photographers. Mr. Guest of honor, stand here in the middle. Yes, thank you. Both sides. Yes, photographers, try to be quick. Okay, now the council members, Mr. Guest of honor, you will stay with the ED and Accountant General. Please stay. And then can we have the summit officials, Mr. Kagawa, Mr. Mark Chiwa, Dr. Isaac, Mr. Souza. Yes, take a photo with the guest of honor. Balance, Mr. Yes. And former Commissioner, Mr. David Chiinji, who is also a summit official. Yes, next are our sponsors. Our sponsors, Mr. Guest of honor, we request for 3 more photos. Our sponsors, Sifao Motors, they are our platinum sponsors. Formerly Toyota. Toyota is the vehicle that rules the roads of Uganda. They are our platinum sponsors, and we appreciate. Also, Pig Fair. Pig Fair, where are you, please? Come on board. The Sifao Motors, thank you very much. Yes, and lastly, members of the audience. Members of the audience, please come and we have a picture with the Honorable Minister. Members of the audience, participants, not others, but our distinguished. Yes. When you come early, you are able to stand near the minister. Yes, others you can climb this side. Others you can climb this side so that you appear in our records as having participated. Yes, Doreen Akatwera, you're very much welcome. Please don't be shy. Feel free. The records are very, very important. Yes, photographers, you have 2 more shots or 3 more shots. Thank you very much. You can now take your seats. And Honorable Minister, we appreciate now you can take your seat. Okay, I request my co-MC, I request the chairperson IPPU Council and Executive Director to see off the guest of honor. Mr. Medi?
Thank you so much, David, Secretary, Executive Secretary of IPPU. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to welcome you to this 7th edition of the annual Procurement Summit. For those that have heard the deeply comforting words from the Honorable Minister, very soon the announcement will be made that the law has taken effect. We want to thank all of you that have been part of this journey, most especially Ministry of Finance and PPDA. The work that you have always done is invaluable. You have nurtured IPPU up to a time that it has been pronounced that it has survived infant mortality. We want to thank you. I want to recognize the various entities that are here with us this morning. Thank you so much for your support, always, from inception of this annual summit to date. You have always been with us. The platinum sponsors have already been mentioned, Sifao Motors and Pick Fair. Our Accountant General in this hall today, we have a number of MDAs of government, up to and not limited to National Agricultural Advisory Services, NARO, where are you? We have Kampala Capital City Authority. Yes, I see Doreen there and team. We have Makerere University Business School. I see head of PDU Susan Kamazima here. We have your very own ministry, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. We have the PPDA. We have Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. We have Uganda National Examinations Board. We have Uganda National Roads Authority. We have the Competitiveness and Enterprise Development Project under PSFU, the Depositor Protection Fund, the Higher Education Student Financing Board, National Agricultural Advisory Services, National Housing and Construction Company, the Office of the Prime Minister, the PPD Appeals Tribunal, Uganda Development Corporation, I saw Dan, Comrade Dan, Uganda Electricity Generation Company, I see the table right there with the head, Mr. Omiat, Uganda National Meteorological Authority, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, LADIT, Odida here, Muni University, Bank of Uganda, the Inspectorate of Government, Centenary Bank, Post Bank, the Electricity Regulatory Authority, Local Government Finance Commission, Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. Please, when we mention wherever you are, you can just wave. Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. We have the Ministry of Lands and Urban Development. Yes, over there. We have Uganda National Bureau of Standards, UNBS. We have Mount Elgon Labor-Based Training Center. National Population Council. National Population Council, I saw Hajat. We have the Fin Church Aid. The IPPU Secretariat, of course, led by the Executive Secretary. The IPPU Council, that has already been introduced, and 7 APS officials. Those are the different agencies, ministries, and departments of government, as well as the private sector, that have been part of this annual summit. Our colleagues, as we wait for the team that has escorted the guest of honor. I want to request that we have a small interlude, music interlude from the DJ. And after that, we'll prepare for the keynote address. But on behalf of the IPPU, I want to welcome all of you. Today is a very packed day with a lot of insights on a number of very insightful topics. We have very powerful speakers from the different spectrum of the different professions and experiences. We have a lot of panel discussions, and I want you to keep here, keep it at Africana for the rest of the day. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to network. These summits come with a number of advantages. There's excellent networking. There's focused content, content that has been predetermined, that is good for your continuous professional development. And of course, we have a list of very highly specialized and expert speakers. And we request that you keep it with us until the entire day. It comes in at a time when entities are the last minute dash. Accountant General, you are very much aware that many of the officers at this time should be fumbling with the last minute entries on IFMS. But that will not deter us. We still have a very good representation, and perhaps it's a very big vote of confidence to IPPU. Thank you. Sorry for that. DJ, in the meantime, you're going to give us a 2-minute interlude, and I request the sponsors. After the 2-minute interlude, we'll have the sponsors' message. We'll start with Sfao Motors, after which we shall have the sponsors' message from Peak Fair Industries. So DJ, please give us a 2-minute interlude as the sponsors prepare to give us the message. Thank you.
Asante.
Hello. Thank you, DJ. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we want to welcome Sifao Motors to give us the sponsor's message. Sifao Motors is formerly Toyota, and they tell us very much welcome, sir.
All right, thank you. Our partners in the procurement and supply chain space, all protocols observed. Thank you for this opportunity, and we're really privileged to be part of this summit. My name is Edwin Muhumza. I'm the country sales manager for Toyota in Uganda. I thought we'd use this opportunity to give you more an update on the automotive industry as well as the supply chain, because we've had lots of interactions with many of you, and we thought a summit like this would be good to give you a bit of context and what's happening currently in the industry. I think before I go in that, I will, is this working? All right. I'll speak a little bit also for context, because even the guest of honor said it will take him a while to get used to the new name. So I thought I would also give a bit of context to that. And then we'll also talk about the updates on automotive supply chain. And finally, something that I've called buyer beware, just for your own context, since all of you are within the space. So briefly about CFO Group. I don't know if this video should play. Maybe just watch that.
Industrialization in Africa, as well as the emergence of the continent's middle class. CFAO is a major player in 4 business areas: mobility, healthcare, consumer, infrastructure. With turnover of over 5.8 billion euros and access to 46 countries on the continent, CFAO has the largest distribution network in Africa. We operate across the entire value chain in accordance with the highest international standards. Partner to the world's leading brands, our group is rolling out a strategy spanning multiple countries, businesses, and customers to secure sustainable growth. Mobility. We meet the mobility needs of businesses and individuals. To serve this purpose, we have the largest automotive distribution network in Africa. Our service offer covers the main mobility needs: imports, distribution, through the sale of new and used vehicles, with a range of related services including rental and fleet management alongside maintenance with after-sales service and spare parts. As a partner to local companies and international groups, we distribute and maintain a wide range of equipment goods. Healthcare. We secure access to quality medicine. Our 70 years of experience in pharmaceutical logistics enables us to be leaders in pharmaceutical distribution in Africa and French overseas territories. We supply public and private sector stakeholders while ensuring the integrity of medicines from warehouse to pharmacy. We are also licensed to manufacture medicines in Algeria and Morocco for leading pharmaceutical companies. Consumer. With our consumer business, we meet the new needs of African consumers. Our promise: to manufacture and distribute a broad array of products that are affordable to the general public. Our local plants produce own brand products as well as products for international brands. They give the middle classes access to a wide range of brands at affordable prices. We also actively contribute to retail through different store formats and our shopping centres, which house our network of franchise stores along with international and local brands. Infrastructure. We participate in the digital transformation and the energy transition of companies and institutions. Via information and communication technologies. Via the production of energy using solar panels. In support of our shareholder Toyota Tsusho Corporation, we are strengthening the renewable energy sector in Africa and helping governments implement their regional development projects. Everywhere we operate, our 21,000 employees embody our 4 common values: entrepreneurship, agility, performance, diversity. Drawing on the strength of our local roots, our CSR policy is an integral part of our corporate strategy and is built around 5 UN Sustainable Development Goals. True to our promise: with Africa, for Africa.
Thank you. I think I'll skip through the slides since they've been captured. But I'm sure most of you only knew the part of automotive, which is what we do in Uganda. But that video shows we are much more than automotive. In many other markets, we play in other spaces across 4 domains: mobility, healthcare, consumer, and infrastructure. But in Uganda, it's presently only automotive, plus healthcare. Healthcare is Laborex. Laborex does supply lots of drugs to national medical stores, which is part of our group. So I think those two, that slide clearly captures that. But what I wanted to move on to is also when you look at the 4 domains, the different brands that we deliver across our markets, and that will speak to what I wanted to cover later on regarding the name change and why that was essential within the context of our market. In Africa, that's the regions we play in, the ones that are dark, where we have direct investments, and those in gray, where we partner with other franchisees to deliver our products into the markets. Now, something interesting about the automotive market in Africa, while we are 17% of the world's population, we account for only 1% of the global automotive market in terms of consumption. Of course, that comes with both opportunities as well as challenges, but I think it's important that we understand that. And out of that 1%, Sub-Saharan Africa accounts for 13%. South Africa alone literally takes up the equivalent of East and Southern Africa combined in terms of car consumptions in the market. Why the name change? I wanted to speak a little bit on that. We've had several engagements with many of you for understanding purposes, but I think this slide will capture it well. Across the brands we deliver, while Toyota Uganda was a name very easily recognizable, there was a conflict in terms of the other franchises we sell within the market. So, for instance, as you'll see that slide, in several of the markets we operate in, it's not just Toyota we distribute, but we do distribute several other franchises. While we are subsidiaries of Toyota, we are the trading arm of Toyota, and we do participate in other domains. Now, for some of the franchises, to avoid the misperception that Toyota had acquired the other manufacturers, it was imperative for us to have a neutral name that would then allow us to trade. So I mean, Suzuki is a clear example. We presently the franchise holders in Uganda, and that was part of the concern from Suzuki as a manufacturer, misperception that Suzuki Motor Corporation had been acquired by Toyota Motor Corporation. So the neutral name allows us then to move away from that confusion and be able to trade in the different brands across the market. So just like had been mentioned, CFAO actually stands for Corporation for Africa and Overseas. It's simply an acronym for that. So just to reinforce, the shareholder remains the same. It's 100% owned by Toyota Tsusho Corporation, which is the trading arm of the manufacturer of Toyota. Now, a little bit on the supply chain, because I know that has been an issue of concern. I thought it's important we speak a little bit into that. I know for several of you, especially now towards the end of the financial year, some products not delivered. There were concerns, complaints that we had to handle all throughout the year regarding abnormally long lead times. And I thought it's important to speak a little bit into that, of which there are two major backgrounds to that. One of them being the chips shortage across the globe. And then the other one was the floods that led to the closure of our plant in Durban, which manufactures the Hilux and the Corolla, which is the bigger consumer within this market. I think if I play this video, it should be able to give a bit of better context. I hope it connects. IT people.
Hot topic, especially since it's becoming harder to get your hands on a car. There are many different factors that can lower inventory levels, with the car chip shortage being a significant factor. So keep watching this video to find out what car chips are, why there's a car chip shortage, and how it's affected both the production of new Toyotas and the automotive industry. Chips, also known as semiconductors or microchips, are tiny complex pieces of technology responsible for containing transistors. They are the base that allows the circuitry to communicate with the machines to form their functions. These highly engineered chips are found in everyday modern electronics like your phone, computer, and electric toothbrush. Believe it or not, despite their tiny size, the process of making them is quite an extensive process. It takes about 12 weeks to build an average semiconductor chip and up to 20 weeks for advanced chips. Only a few places in the world produce them because it takes years and billions of dollars to open up new plants to manufacture the chips. Well, that's a great question. There are a couple reasons of why there's a shortage. In simple terms, you remember how we were talking about how these chips are placed in everyday modern electronics? With the advancements in technology, there are quite a lot of devices that need them. For example, the automotive industry has increased chips with modern technology advances, with high-tech features for safety, entertainment, and performance. Plus, adding the COVID-19 pandemic into the mix, supply and demand chains were completely thrown off due to shutdowns and quarantines. This made auto manufacturers think that the demand for new cars would drop, canceling the orders. However, demand quickly caught up and manufacturing is still catching up. Well, no one knows when exactly the manufacturing will catch up. However, there is some debate that it will start to catch up in the middle of 2022 or towards 2023. So it's a great time to sell that extra car that you don't use. And if you do need to buy a new car, we have trucks full of new Toyotas arriving every day, with the option of pre-ordering whatever specific model you want.
Okay, that explains that. Then quickly I'll show you the images. That was of the flood, unfortunately, we had in our plant in South Africa, which required us to shut down the plant for about 3 months. A major flood that literally, you can see from that visual, we had to write off about 4,000 Hiluxes that were due for export, and those had to be totally scrapped. I know we had some requests from a few people asking us to send them a few of the flood ones. They will sort them out. Definitely we couldn't do that. But that was a bit of the context. On the brighter side, the supply situation has improved. We're starting to make deliveries or receive stocks within the markets across Africa, and that situation, I believe, has significantly turned down. We're now about half the time that was initially communicated, so the situation is much better than it was. That clip clearly shows that. And then I think I'll end with one last comment on something, buyer beware, which is something important for your understanding, especially in this time when there was a bit of shortage. I have a clip there, I hope it plays. It's a brief one showing an upgrade or a conversion of a Land Cruiser from a
Land Cruiser 2010 upgrade to 2023.
So the reason I played that is the question is, do you know the vehicle you bought? Okay, what you have seen there is a conversion of a 2010 Land Cruiser into a 2023 Land Cruiser. Extensively done, expertly done, and looks like the original, but it's hard for a normal buyer to tell that it's not the original version. Now, we have other incidents of where, and I'll speak of one consumer who actually purchased a brand new, in quotes, brand new Lexus for her personal use. What happened is she had just, per her odometer, it was about 1,000 kilometers. She had a slight accident, brought it over to our workshop to repair. It was just a board accident, so it needed a respray. Now, by process, Toyota process, we're supposed to input the chassis, which tells us in the system which are the parts that go into the car. Now, when we input the chassis detail into the system, 2 red flags came up. Number one, the system showed that the car was left-hand drive. The car we were looking at was right-hand drive. It meant it had been converted from a left-hand drive car to right-hand drive. Number two, in the system, the color was different from what we were looking at. In the system, it was gray. We were looking at a champagne gold Lexus, very professionally painted, to the extent that our own body shop team thought it was original paint. So when we had those flags, we had to hoist the car up to investigate it further. And from our own visual inspection, at a conservative, the car was 120,000 kilometers at the least, for a buyer who thought she had bought 1,000 kilometers. Unfortunately, the owners had to fall on me to relay that news to that buyer, but a sad part was the difference between a new car and what she had bought was only 50 million shillings. So that shows you the context. So what are our recommendations for you as procurement experts? Number one, I've shared that so you beware of what you purchase. Our recommendations generally from the industry, we recommend purchase from authorized OEM distributors for the respective brands. If it's Mitsubishi, buy from the respective owners. If it's Nissan, from the respective owners. And if it's Toyota, from the respective owners. And there are, of course, consequent benefits that come with that. Some of them you may not know comes with things like fuel compatibility and then recall campaigns, which are very critical, because what happens is some of the cars meant for other markets are being recalled in those markets, but they're in other destination markets. So thank you very much. I hope that was helpful information for you.
Land Cruiser.
Thank you so much, Power Motors. I think the buyer beware is very, very important. We see a number of vehicles with UAY number plate, but the body is for a 2021. And we always imagine why, what has happened. Is it an evasion of taxes? Kumbe, it's an upgrade. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment in time, it is my singular honor on behalf of IPPU to invite the Accountant General to give us a keynote address.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremony, the ED PPDA, the chairperson and members of the IPPU Council, sponsors, procurement officers, practitioners, distinguished invited participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I just have to apologize that I've not been able to attend the previous annual procurement summits, and yet I'm always around, or I should have been around to be able to attend. So when this one came, I said, I think the procurement fraternity might think I don't support them, so I must attend. I even had to come out of a meeting to ensure that I'm here this time. So it's my great honor and privilege to stand before you today to address this 7th Annual Procurement Summit. Allow me to first congratulate sincerely thank the Council of the Institute of Procurement Professionals of Uganda, that is IPPU, for organizing this event. I would also like to thank all procurement practitioners and invited participants who have joined us this morning. Your presence demonstrates the importance you attach to the profession and its role in our country's social and economic transformation. This year, the Procurement Summit occurs in the context of significant economic challenges in many countries, Uganda inclusive. The COVID-19 pandemic created unprecedented circumstances and challenges in many dimensions, without clear direction and guidance on the best strategies for coping with emergency, including in public procurement. The last 3 years have been characterized by supply chain disruptions. You had the Honorable Minister talking about that. Significant increases in prices of goods and services, less than desired economic growth, tighter financial conditions, and disruptive geopolitical developments. These challenges have brought heightened risks of corruption in procurement and financial management of public funds. The theme of the summit, professionalizing the procurement function, is not only relevant and timely, but is also a clarion call to all practitioners to ensure transparency, accountability, and value for money in procurement processes, especially at this time when we are seeking to recover from the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and restore robust economic growth. The summit provides us an opportunity to share knowledge, experiences, and innovative solutions with a collective objective of ushering in an era where procurement is not just a function, but a professional, strategic, and respected field that contributes to the social economic transformation of Uganda. For those of you who have been attending most of my talks when we're having issues to talk about the procurement, you know how I emphasize that procurement is a strategic function of government. And it is us, the professionals, to ensure that it's strategic. But at most of us make it operational. Somebody, instead of doing a strategic function, is doing an operational function. And I hope you know what I mean with that. As you are aware, public procurement plays a critical role in the economic development, policy implementation, service delivery, and achieving other societal objectives. Public procurement accounts for a significant amount of government spending. The OECD estimates that countries spend an average of 13 to 20% of their GDPs on procurement. In Uganda, public sector procurement accounts for close to 60% of government spending. Given its sheer scale, public procurement holds tremendous potential to drive economic growth, stimulate innovation, and promote sustainable practices. However, it is important to note that among all government activities, public procurement is the most susceptible to fraud and corruption, highlighting the compelling case for professionalizing the procurement function. According to the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, an estimated 10 to 20% of the total funds spent on public procurements are wasted on corruption and bribery globally. In its annual report on the cost of corruption in Uganda, the Inspectorate of Government estimated that nearly 614 billion was lost to corruption in procurement in 2019 alone. Although I've had a discussion with IGG that we really need to get the figures right and see how to that, but that's according to IGG. To put this into perspective, this corruption cost was equivalent to almost 2% of the total national government spending in 2019. The negative economic and social costs of corruption in public procurement, measured in terms of wasted resources, inefficiency, and missed opportunities, are always greater than any potential benefits. Corruption ultimately reduces public trust in government and erodes the public integrity necessary for advancing the public good. One of the OECD principles of enhancing transparency and accountability in public procurement calls on government to ensure that procurement officials meet high professional standards of knowledge, skills, and integrity. The benefits of professionalizing the procurement function include the following. 1, professionalization promotes high ethical standards such as transparency, accountability, and integrity, which are critical in managing public funds, preventing corruption, and objectively dealing with various stakeholders in procurement processes. 2, it equips the procurement cadre with the skills and knowledge to conduct procurement activities efficiently and effectively. This can result in significant cost savings, improve the quality of goods and services procured, and lead to the timely completion of projects. 3, it enables procurement professionals to better comprehend and comply with the legal framework governing public procurement, thereby mitigating potential legal risks. 4, professionals with expertise in procurement can achieve value for money, ensuring that procurement processes are economical, efficient, and effective. 5, professionalization enables better risk management, as trained procurement cadre can identify, assess, and manage potential risks associated with end-to-end procurement processes. 6, strategic goals such as those related to sustainability, environmental protection, social inclusion, or the promotion of local content can be more effectively implemented by a professionalized procurement function. But above all, I also want to say that by professionalizing the procurement, this creates a sense of belonging, especially with IPPU. And this has always been our reason for advocating for IPPU, that it creates your professions to have a belonging. And it's very important for somebody to have a belonging. So if you have a belonging, we think that you should be able to deliver better. The government of Uganda has undertaken wide-ranging public financial management reforms over the past 20 years to improve efficiency, transparency, accountability, and value for money in public procurement. The reforms are primarily focused on: one, strengthening the legal, regulatory, and institutional framework; two, automation of public procurement processes; three, professionalizing of the procurement cadre; four, improving reporting on the public procurement processes; and five, revival of the procurement oversight function. So for those of you who have been with us for a long period, you know where we came from as a procurement. And I think the Honorable Minister talked about that, where the days of the Central Tender Board, the days when we had no procurement units within ministries or entities, all those, for those of you who know the journey, know where we came from. So for us at the ministry and as government, we really want to professionalize the procurement function. And by professionalizing it, we are not talking only about the people that are there, but we are looking at the whole areas of legal and regulatory. We are looking at the systems so that the systems are more transparent. Because in some cases, we think that it's the perception that people have about the procurement function, or not understanding what the procurement function is supposed to be. One time I was on the vigil, and there was a judge at that vigil. So when we were having a discussion, and somebody said, no, the Accountant General is responsible for also the procurement function in government. That judge said, it was a lady, that if a procurement officer appears in my court, for me, I will know that she was the one who was guilty. So you can see the perception that people have out there. So I said, but you know, a procurement officer cannot do a fraud alone. It has to be a system. And that system might even be higher than the procurement officer. But nonetheless, it is very important for us as the procurement cadre to try as much as we can to redeem our names as professionals. In 2019, Cabinet approved the National Public Sector Procurement Policy with the intent of using procurement as a tool for social and economic development. The policy introduces a paradigm shift from traditional viewing public sector procurement as an operational function to a strategic one. And of course, when that one came also, we had to think of how to place procurement function within entities. Now, this is the battle I'm still trying to fight. I hope the few years that I'm remaining with, I will have accomplished that fight. In that, we cannot, in the ministries, leave the procurement function at operational level. If we have to make it function the way it should function, procurement, finance, maybe even human resource, they should go at strategic level, and the structures should be able to indicate those kind of strategic levels within the organizations. One of the key objectives of the policy is to enhance the development of competent and professional human resource that will effectively deliver the requirements of the public sector procurement. To achieve this objective, government has undertaken the following reforms. One, put in place a robust structure and institutional framework commensurate with procurement's importance and strategic function. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has the overall responsibility for the public sector procurement system, including the direct role of informing public sector procurement policy and monitoring its implementation. Parliament is mandated to review and issue all legislations to guide the public sector procurement function. As you all know, the PPDA was established by an Act of Parliament in 2003, and this is mandated to regulate the public procurement function in Uganda. Public sector procurement is a decentralized function where the procurement of goods and services is the responsibility of individual procurement and disposing entities in ministries, agencies, and local governments. And as you know, the Attorney General is the principal legal advisor to government on the contracts, and the Auditor General is mandated to undertake procurement audits across the whole government. And we encourage the civil society to actively be involved in public sector procurement as an intermediary between the states and the public. In some time before July, before we amended the law, there was a lot of, if I can say, excuses, where they were saying that the procurement in government is being hindered because of the laws that we have in place. Of course, we worked with the Ministry of Justice, PPD, and ourselves to ensure that we amend the law, and we try to address where people were saying that this is where the hindrance was. So in July 2021, the amended Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act of 2003, that was Order 2021, came into force. In addition to aligning the legal framework with the public procurement policy objective, the amendments introduce good practices in the procurement system. And I'm hoping that most of you are procurement practitioners, have seen this new law, and have also, although it is still in draft, but we are hoping that I guess in this, I was promised by this week that the regulations should be out. So we hope that these new regulations should be able to make work much more easier. But of course, at the ministry and in consultation with PPDA, we want to make it much more easier for people out there. As part of the reforms to professionalize the procurement function and make it more efficient and accountable, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in collaboration with PPDA, NITAU, and Ministry of ICT, commenced the rollout of the Electronic Government Procurement, EGP system. And I hope most of you know that. We have tested the few entities that we have done, although I know there are complaints which we are trying to address. But the public out there, they are very happy that at long last, they have a system that looks very transparent. EGP is a web-based system that automates the entire procurement life cycle, covering all procurement modalities and keeping an audit trail of all procurement activities. The EGP system has been rolled out to 36 entities. In addition, over 7,900 economic operators have registered to use the system as at the end of May 2023. The EGP system is expected to generate significant efficiency gains and improve service delivery by reducing delays in public procurement, promoting competition, and minimizing avenues for corruption. Over the last 10 years, the government of Uganda has committed significant resources to build capacity and enhance the competencies of the procurement cadre in central and local government boards. This is being undertaken through the professional certification sponsorship scheme, specialized capacity building initiatives, and in-house on-job training. Of course, sometimes I complain to my procurement people that I get very disappointed when we are sponsoring you to do those SIPs and whatever, and we have less than 50 people registering, which is very disappointing. So government is still committed to ensuring that we train professionals in this area. Government has also put in place a conducive working environment to enable the procurement cadre to execute their mandate effectively. As I talked about, is that for those of you who have been with us for a very long time, you know that the procurement function you used to report to a desk officer in the Ministry of Finance. We created a full-fledged department for procurement. And we are open, as I keep telling you, that it's because there is a debate on directors, but if it's still also one directorate, we can create a directorate of procurement so that we keep raising the profile of the procurement in government. Developing a critical mass of professional procurement staff is key to ensuring compliance to set policies and standards and promoting integrity in procurement through imparting professional values. As a result, there has been a significant increase in the number of procurement professionals across government. On 7th March 2022, Cabinet approved the principles for establishing the proposed Institutes of Procurement and Supply Management. I hope the Institute to know how much we are really trying to support you to ensure that this is realized, and I hope the Minister, we shall follow up. Mr. Souza is here. We should be able to follow up so that we conclude this. Establishing the proposed Institute of Procurement and Supply Chain Management, which will develop and maintain professional standards for the procurement function in Uganda. I know we have been having a bit of different thinking, both at the ministry and at the Ministry of Justice, where the Ministry of Justice think that there is already regulations, especially for those of us who are in civil service. But for me, my argument is very different, is that the regulation of professionals is different from the normal regulations that we have in civil service. And this we have seen, of course, from the accountant side, where we see that the regulation and the discipline that we get from the institute is it complements the civil service standing orders that we have. Cabinet also authorized the Minister of Finance to issue drafting instructions to the First Parliamentary Council, which was done. The ministry is in touch with the First Parliamentary Council, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs to kickstart the drafting process for the bill. All the above interventions by governments are intended to facilitate public service delivery by putting in place a responsive, flexible, efficient, and effective public sector procurement system. I cannot, of course, end my talk without talking about challenges that we face in professionalizing the procurement function. One of them remains inadequate funding to support the effective development of the profession. The most serious one, which I have to keep talking about, is unethical practices by the procurement practitioners. Of course, it's not all of you that are very unethical, but we still see cases of unethical behavior, and we hope that as a profession, we should keep talking about these things and trying to see how best we can address them. As you know, persistent corruption, which this undermines efforts to professionalize the public sector function. The other, of course, they say I'm the Minister of Finance, I should not talk about it, but poor remuneration of public procurement practitioners is something that is still a challenge. When we were beginning reforms in the early 2000s, we had what we call a pay reform strategy. And the other day I was actually reminding my seniors at the ministry that we had agreed that we should gradually increase salaries of these people, PFM cadres, so those are the accountants, the procurement, the auditors, and so on and so forth. But this has not happened. And given that this has not happened, we are now seeing, especially for us on the side of accountants, where our staff are being taken away by other countries, by other agencies, and so on and so forth. And when we go back to the market to be able to bring an expertise in that area, we are paying over 10 times of what we could have, if we had done that pay reforms, we would have saved. So it's something that we really have to talk about candidly, and you cannot keep somebody is procuring worth billions and billions, and you are paying him in tens of thousands, not even the millions. So something that really we need to look at. We also still think that there is inadequate training and continuous professional development. And that's why we are advocating that we should, as soon as possible, operationalize these institutes of public procurement so that they can be able to undertake those training and continuous professional development. Of course, there is also still a large presence of informal sector which does not fully appreciate the value of the professional procurement function. Addressing these challenges requires a comprehensive and sustainable effort from government, the private sector, development partners, and other key stakeholders. But most importantly, it is you, the procurement professionals, that need to address those challenges. In conclusion, I'm pleased to note that the summit organizers have put together a comprehensive and engaging program featuring presentations on professionalizing the procurement function by the subject matter experts. I'm confident that you'll find their presentations informative and useful. I encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussions and generate bold and workable proposals to guide the procurement reform agenda in Uganda over the coming years. The government of Uganda, and especially we at the Ministry of Finance, remain committed to working with all stakeholders to professionalize the procurement function in Uganda to play its rightful role. Once again, I thank you for inviting me to this 7th Annual Procurement Summit, and I wish you fruitful discussions, and I thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Accountant General. Indeed, it's a clarion call to all practitioners to use the highest form of transparency, accountability, and value for money to counteract the negative effects of the COVID-19 on the supply chains. We had out of disruptions, and we need to go back to full recovery. I guess we've all heard from the Accountant General the promises to better the procurement cadre are in high gear, and I think very soon we'll all be celebrating as belonging to this very wonderful professional that is supposed to steer socio-economic transformation, not only for the communities, but even for ourselves. From the look, the energy levels seem to be dwindling. I want to request that we have a working lunch. Sorry, a working tea. We have a working tea, and we usher in the next session that is going to be moderated by my brother, Salongo Patrick. So we'll get the tea from outside and carry it to our seats. And then after that, when we settle, let's take under 15 minutes to get the tea and come back to our seats. We will now delve into the panel discussion on legal aspects in effective management of the procurement and supply chain function. Hadija, in the meantime, give us an interlude just to usher us to the tea. Our colleagues, I request that we get back to our seats. Those that are still outside, please move in with your tea, and we usher in the next session. All those that are outside, please reach out to your friends to get back to the hall. Again, we want to welcome you for this 7th edition of the annual Procurement Summit. Thank you for the support that you're doing to IPPU. We don't take your presence and your support for granted. The various MDAs that are here, we welcome you so much. We thank you. And we believe that we're going to give great value. And we'll need that evaluation at the end of the day. This is the day to professionally network, grow your understanding of the different facets of your profession, get to know the key players in this very noble profession, know your other practitioners across the board, and in doing so, you realize that it is easy to handle challenges that you find along the way because you have a friend, a colleague, one or two that you can talk to and tell you how they overcame. We request those that are still outside, please get into the hall. Thank you. Those that are still having tea, please, you're free to walk in with your tea and your bites. We are proudly sponsored by Sifao Motors, who are the platinum sponsors. We're also sponsored by Pickfair Industries, that has left an indelible mark to all of us. At one point, we've all been consumers of their wonderful products that have stood the test of time, and we want to thank them for the support they have done to every one of us. Our colleagues, at this moment, I want to introduce to you Mr. Patrick Kagawa. Mr. Patrick Kagawa is the procurement specialist for the Resource Enhancement and Accountability Program under the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. And he's going to moderate a panel discussion that is going to unpack a very wonderful topic: legal aspects in effective management of the procurement and supply chain function. And without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome Mr. Patrick Kagawa to take over the floor. Thank you, sir.
I think before I begin, you better make a better clap for me. You know, there are some titles which we have like Salongo that require recognition. Before I introduce the members here, I'll make very few remarks. First of all, today and over time, wherever I see IPPU gathering, I appreciate the fact that people come in office, these professional bodies, and leave. The council led by the able Pelly has done a very, very wonderful job, and let us clap for them. On all fronts, be the bank balance, be the organizational, so I thank Pelly and your team. And it's good that you are doing the best. Secondly, SFAO, thank you very much, because we came with many questions. We have got the answers, so you have saved yourself. Most people here, the biggest challenge was that a contract is signed, and then it takes 12 months to supply, but you have given us some information, and you have promised us that things are going to be better. Thirdly, the Honorable Minister gave very good information, but I wish they had come earlier for PPDA to adjust their work plan to include training of cabinet and training of permanent secretaries. We have done this before in PPDA. I remember the first time we trained permanent secretaries, the ED then wrote directly to each permanent secretary. And the late head of service, Mitala, came and asked him, told him you don't have the authority and the mandate to invite permanent secretaries. What are you planning? So it is cancelled. So those things are very clear. But I hope that PPDA, we shall do everything possible to make sure we go to these people. Then the executive director of IPP, you asked what is the best timing for this retreat. I could say the last week or of June or the first week of July, because I'm very guilty to hold Sousa here, JB. He has a lot of files to clear and the financial is not yet closed. But I think that would be the best, but notwithstanding that, we are here. Having said those, the topic for discussion is legal aspects in the effective management of procurement and supply chain management. And I'm going to introduce, first of all, the panelists. To begin with Benson Tramier, the Executive Director, PPDA. Johnson started his procurement or supply chain journey far back as a manager in PPDA. He rose to be the director. Most of you have been, he was not very welcome, but most of you have seen him then when was he in investigation and audit. And now he's the executive director of PPDA. But beside that, he has a title which is, I think the only two people with that title here is the canon. And I saw another canon somewhere there. So let us welcome the executive director and our panelist, Benson Tramier. Secondly, I need to introduce another person, basically who is amidst us, called Francis. It's called Frank Francis. Francis Kiwa is an advocate of the High Court of Uganda with cross-cutting post-call experience of over 10 years in areas of procurement law, corporate finance, investment law, corporate governance law, intellectual property rights, and an alternative dispute resolution or mediation. He has served as a legal advisor to the Uganda Government Corporation, Company Secretary, Soroti Fruit Limited, a legal executive of the Wari Telecom, and is currently the manager legal at the PPDA Appeals Tribunal of the Republic of Uganda. Let's welcome him. So when I introduce people, you realize that I'm the only amateur here. Now my worry is to introduce John Bosco. John Bosco holds a Master's of Law in the Petroleum Law and Policy, in a bracket with distinction, not a flat one. John Bosco, of course, being a lawyer, he has a diploma in legal practice from the LDC and a Bachelor's of Laws from Makerere University. Let me jump some of the things, and I come straight away to what he does. John Bosco, currently, he's a director. Now, Benson, you feared that title of director. The titles are there. He's a director, of course, currently, and he has served a lot in Uganda and in the field of law, which I'm going to break down briefly. He started his career, of course, far back, and at times when you look at him, today I was been accusing him of one thing that I have seen Sousa. I was my member of contest committee over 8 years ago. The same size, Tagoja, Takoga, and always looks nice. July 2020, let me begin from there, was a state attorney in the Directorate of Legal and Advisory Services at Regional Chambers. 205, that was July 2000. Then 2005 to 2020, he was the senior state attorney, Directorate of the Legal Advisory Services, Attorney General's Chambers. He rose in 2010 to 2020 as the Principal State Attorney, Directorate of Legal Advisory Services. On 2020-2021, he was the Commissioner of Contracts and Negotiations at the same directorate. And 2021 to date, he's the Director, Legal Advisory Services at Regional Chambers. So this is the person we are going to talk to. He has undertaken so many courses, but let me pick out two. In 2006, he did the procurement management in public sector, ILO International Trading Center, Italy. So we can't confuse him because he has even come and invaded our area. In 2010, he also did public procurement and best practices at CETEM in Canada. I think I didn't know him then because I remember I went on Kameme and I attended this. So this few brief, I want to welcome the director as a keynote speaker. There are questions in the minds of the people which you may have to answer like Sifao did before we ask them. Because the regime in terms of clearance has changed at Solicitor General's office, and people may need to know why. And there has been a lot of chat about the changes, and I sent you some of them, and you explained to me. But these are the people who are here. Now we are honored to have him. Why? The work he has in office is too immense, financial is ending. And after he has given his keynote address, if you see him going, please bear with him. He's going to help us. I personally have 2 contracts there, but I don't want to talk about that now. But if he goes at leisure, please bear with us. Let us welcome John Bosco Souza. Thank you very much.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I've been introduced, my name is John Bosco Rujagata Souza. Rujagata is a bit long, so I don't usually write it in full. I just use R. I've been asked many times what Souza means. I also don't know, but it's my name. I am honored and delighted to join you today to be part of this seminar. It's the first time. It's the 7th. I regret why I did not attend previous ones. And the reason is because we work closely with most of you. Somehow, your work, your successes and failures are tied up with ours as public procurement practitioners. I wish to say that, I don't know whether it's relevant, but when the reforms in the public procurement sector were introduced in 2003, I was already here. I was already an adult. There was a lot to learn, I guess, for everyone and for myself. I've been part of this journey, and that's why I'm really privileged to be here, to join you, but also maybe to also iron out whatever misunderstandings we have had with you as an office. The role of the Office of the Attorney General in the public procurement and supply chain is what I'm going to start with. Our involvement in procurement, public procurement, as it is a serious matter. Why? Because it is rooted or founded on the Constitution. Article 119 clause 5 of the Constitution says that no agreement or document by whatever name called to which the government is a party or in respect of which the government has an interest shall be concluded without the legal advice of the Attorney General. Those of you who might be interested in this kind of history will be aware that in the first constitution of this country, the one of 1962, the office of the Attorney General was created. But it was just given one broad function. Attorney General was to be the principal legal advisor of government. The subsequent ones, 1966, 1967, did not change that. But in 1995, something significant happened. And the Constitution specifically assigned this responsibility to the Constitution, to the Attorney General. I have not had opportunity to read the record of the Constituent Assembly 1995 to understand the debate that preceded this enactment, but that's what we have. This is an enormous responsibility. But definitely there was a good rationale behind it, which was that contracting is a serious matter. Contracting is about assumption of rights, obligations. Money can be lost if you don't contract properly, if you don't plug all the holes, if you don't address yourselves to the relevant provision of the law. Now, the involvement of the Attorney General in this process is really about risk mitigation. Identify them and address them before you sign the contract. Now, through that, you avoid loss, you avoid conflict. A good contract serves as a record of commitments between the parties. It helps prevent conflict because you are clear on who is to do what and what happens if they don't. And it also serves as a tool for compliance at operational level. But this is all legal. The law regulates every aspect of our life, even going to the washroom, if you didn't know. Now, contracting, obviously, is important, and especially where public resources are involved. So our job really is not to make your own difficult, but to come in and add value by looking at the contract, examining it, and ensuring that one, it is lawful. I'm sure in your own training you have heard about unlawful contracts. Number two, it must be capable of enforcement. Number three, it must have the necessary safeguards in case you want to opt out. Number four, and remedies if that happens. And number four, it must also be in compliance with existing and known policies of government. So that's what we bring to the table. Now, the makers of the Constitution are also mindful that this was an enormous task. So it made provision under Clause 6 of Article 119 for the Attorney General to be able to issue a statutory instrument. In some countries they call it a constitutional instrument, exempting certain types of contracts from the application of Clause 5, the one that I started with. Accordingly, in 1999, 4 years down the road, the Attorney General enacted the Constitution bracket exemption of particular contracts from Attorney General advice. Close the bracket, instrument, which was statutory instrument number 10 of that year. And under paragraph 2, contracts whose value did not exceed 50 million shillings were exempted from this requirement. I suppose it all worked well until the passage of time compelled us to consider reviewing that threshold. And that was done in 2014, which increased the threshold from 50 million Uganda shillings to 200 million Uganda shillings. So you know, you don't have to come to us if your contract, the value of your contract is 200 million shillings and below. But what is magic about these figures? There is no magic about them except that there is a feeling that if a contract is of this sort of value, and yet there is so much work at the office from across the country, we also want efficiency on your part, cutting out some of this red tape. Then we can take the risk that if we lose the 200 million shillings, the nation can live with that. But for anything beyond this, certainly you have to think about it, and so that we look at it. We are aware that that was about almost 10 years ago, and maybe things have changed in the economy. The value of the shilling has changed. You are richer, I mean you as a country, and a million is no longer a big deal to some people. So maybe the time has come for us to look at that threshold, but that's a debate for another day. But that's what we have right now. I have had a bilateral with the chairperson of your council, and she has raised this issue, and I'm going to convey it back to my superiors in the office as something to look into. But it's a justification that has been made. I explained to her that it's a debate we have actually had before. How far can we go in terms of exercising that option that was given to the Attorney General in 1995? And we came to the conclusion that when you are given a responsibility through an instrument no less than a constitution, for you to be able to either delegate it or to dispense with it, you have to have very, very strong reasons, and you have to do it very carefully, because you don't want to act as if you are questioning the person that gave you that responsibility. And had they intended that you should, as a matter of routine, shirk that responsibility, if I may use that word, they would have said so, but they did not. So you'll forgive us when you come looking for this window and we don't give it to you. It's because of those considerations. I think I've already commented on why it's important to come to the Attorney General's office to have your contract reviewed. If you look at the language in that provision of the Constitution, there is no word clearance. I'm sure you have heard. It doesn't say you will not conclude this contract until it has been cleared by the Attorney General. It says you will be given legal advice. I will tell you later why I'm saying this. We don't necessarily clear contracts. We give you advice on the contracts. The advice could lead or could conclude with saying, please go ahead. But it's advice first and foremost. It's not just a clearance. And that, I think, in a way explains the misconception that people have out there. You bring a contract today and you expect a clearance tomorrow or even that day. Because according to you, this clearance is akin to the clearance you get when you are traveling abroad. The immigration officer looks at you, confirms that that's your face, and stamps the passport, and you are cleared. No, ours is different. We offer legal advice. Now, legal advice is a product of a study. You have to study the file before you say, this is okay. Now, when I say it's okay, that is a clearance, yes. But first and foremost, I'm rendering advice. And I take responsibility for that advice. A lot of you, of course, when questions are raised, wherever they are raised, the first thing you pull out, and let's be frank, is that letter from the Solicitor General's office. So that's where my responsibility starts. And that's why I have to be very careful whatever I do. Beyond the value of the intrinsic value of this advice that you get from the Attorney General, what else is important? Courts of law have pronounced themselves on this question and said that this advice, first and foremost, is mandatory. It's not optional. Number two, it is binding upon you. Often, I think, as a matter of routine now, we end our advice by saying, please send to us a signed copy for our records. Very few of you ever comply with that request. But that's what you should be doing. Why? Because we want to see that the advice that we rendered was actually heeded too. Because if you departed from it, that contract that you have might as well be illegal. And an illegal contract does not exist, it's not enforceable. So, as it is, whether it's desirable or not, a contract that has not been reviewed and signed off by our office is an illegal contract. Those of you who have ventured beyond procurement into the legal realm have heard of the case of Bank of Uganda versus Banco Arabe Español. It's a 2001 case in the Supreme Court. And maybe I can just pick one excerpt from that decision. This is what Justice Kanyama had to say. He said, in my view, the opinion of the Attorney General regarding the laws of Uganda and their effect or binding nature on any agreement, contract, or other legal transaction should be accorded the highest respect by government and public institutions and their agents. Unless there are other agreed conditions, third parties are entitled to believe and act on the opinion without further inquiries or verifications. It is also my view that it is improper and untenable for the government, the Bank of Uganda, or any other public institution or body in which government has an interest to question the correctness or validity of that opinion insofar as it affects the rights and interests of third parties. So, those are not my views. This opinion, once it's rendered, is binding and can only be either changed by the issuer or by a court of law. I suspect sometimes when we have declined to give you the green light, some of you proceed and sign, but there are consequences. In fact, a prudent third party, contractor or provider, before signing the contract should insist on seeing this, if they have a good lawyer, on confirming that the contract they're going to sign was cleared by the Office of the Attorney General. Another case to refer to is that one of Nsimbe Holdings Limited versus Attorney General and the Inspector General of Government. This was Constitutional Petition number 2 of 2006, where it was ruled that failure to comply with Article 119, Clause 5 of the Constitution renders the agreement in question null and void. Okay, now, questions have arisen as to when you must get this advice. Is it before or after the conclusion of the contract? The answer is it must be before. In other words, as much as we might want, we do not have the authority to give what is called retrospective approval. Once the contract is already signed, please don't waste time. Don't come to us because we don't have the discretion. Because in any case, if the purpose was to make sure that you address whatever legal landmines are in that document, what value do you get by coming to us after the contract has been signed? Because remember I said it's not clearance per se, it is legal advice. So at what stage do we get involved in this process beyond or apart from at the time of contract clearance? There was a time when I felt that I was more of a procurement practitioner than a state attorney in our office many years ago when I was a young officer. Why? Because I was sitting on many contracts committees and I would spend a lot of time in different institutions. And that's when I got to know most people, including my brother here, Patrick, and many others. So we get involved in this procurement business by mainly through membership on the different contracts committees by virtue of the provision in the PPD Act, Section 27, subsection 1, which requires that you have a lawyer on the contracts committee. So for those institutions that do not have lawyers in-house, they come to us and we nominate officers to be on those committees and for one purpose, providing on-spot legal advice. Because contracts committees, one of the things they're supposed to do is also review draft agreements before they are signed off as documents to be presented to our office for approval. Of course, when an award is made and then finally the contract is forwarded to us, we get involved. As a matter of practice, when you are sitting on that committee and you happen to be one of us, you don't get to review this contract because you may not be as objective at that stage as possible. So we will give that contract to someone else, just to be sure. But also to assure you, we have a system internally which dictates that no single person can claim to have cleared the contract. When a job comes in, the contract is either addressed to the Solicitor General or the Attorney General. It is sent to the director, then the director will send it to the concerned commissioner, and then the commissioner will identify a team of 2 or 3 to review the contract, and then they will come up with a memo, an analysis of what they have read. It's not a nice job. And then, especially if you do it over and over, and then they will push this same memo through the same ladder for approval. So by the time someone signs for Solicitor General or Attorney General or Solicitor General himself, a lot has happened and so many people have been involved. So this is to assure you that this is not something we do perfunctorily. It is something that do with due attention and care. Of course, also get involved when you want to have these contracts amended, because regulation number 55, sub-regulation 6, paragraph C of the PPDA contracts regulations requires that before you amend a contract or sign an amendment to the contract, it's also approved by our office. Also, when it comes to termination of contracts, the law requires that you consult with us and then you proceed to terminate the contract. And the reason is obvious. If you proceed and unwisely terminate this contract, there could be consequences. And who is going to defend you? Most likely it's going to be the Attorney General. If the Attorney General gave you the go-ahead, he will not ask you any questions. He will go and do his job. But if he did not, then the debate starts from that day, and most likely it will end with you. As I said, this responsibility that we perform, of course, makes us accountable as public servants and also as professionals on our side. And that's why we ask a lot of questions sometimes, which you don't like. In November last year, we issued a circular sort of letter on a checklist of documents to be attached to requests for clearance of procurement contracts. Very long list. Now, the intention was not to collect a lot of paperwork for our records and archives. It was for purposes of ensuring that, one, we are clear on what is required. Number two, we thought this would actually enhance our efficiency, because a lot of time is lost in us writing to you or calling you on phone to ask for this or that document. But we thought that if we gave you this list, it will be very easy, because you'll sit somewhere, probably do a table, and then you tick off when you are submitting a contract. And the only thing you have to do is to wait for a feedback. What we did not do, of course, was to explain ourselves why we were asking for which particular document. I want to believe that all of you have received that letter and that you are making use of it and that it has made a difference in the way we relate. However, every now and then you also receive submissions without these documents, and you ask yourself, what is the problem? Is it just incompetence? Is it, I don't know. Now, these days we insist on things like best evaluated bidder notice. The reason, ladies and gentlemen, we ask for that document is to confirm that the method of procurement that is supposed to be used is actually the method that was used. Why? Because when we review a contract, as I mentioned, we do not only address ourselves to the substance of that contract, but also address ourselves to the procedural legality, because the legality is a totality of the whole process. The terms and conditions, but also the process preceding the contract you are going to conclude. A contract cannot be legal when the process through which it came to where it is was illegal. So that's why we insist. Let's confirm that if you are supposed to use open domestic bidding, that's what you used. That's why we ask for that document. I hope now you understand. Proof of availability of funds, Form 5. Now, the law says don't enter into a contract unless you have the money. How are we to confirm that you have the money? Just give us that form. Sometimes it seems to be a problem to generate that form, but that's why we insist on it. In other words, if you enter into this contract when you don't have the money, you're already committing an illegality, and we cannot clear such a contract. We also ask for joint venture agreements if this provider is a joint venture. For obvious reasons, you want to be sure that liability is properly allocated. Then we also have policy aspects like the ban on purchase of vehicle except with the approval of the Minister of Public Service. So we ask for that if you are going to buy a motor vehicle. A no objection letter from a development partner or financier where applicable, for obvious reasons. And then minutes of the contracts committee. Now, these ones are very, very, very key to us. Why? Because the contracts committee is the body that is assigned this power, or granted this power under the law, to award a contract. But it's also the contracts committee that is mandated to review an evaluation report and satisfy itself about its accuracy and correctness. Now, why do we do this? We want to be able to draw a line as to what we can own and what we cannot own. I had a personal experience where I was summoned as a witness in one case, a botched procurement. And when the investigating officers walked into my office one afternoon, they had some questions for me. I'm glad I answered them correctly. I could have easily been summoned as a suspect, but I ended up only being a witness. Why? I was able to say, look, if there were issues with the evaluation report, it's not my job. I can't even know. Ask the contracts committee. And how do I ensure that the contracts committee has done its job? I ask for the minutes. Once I have them, then I don't want to look below, because that's their job. So that's why we ask for those minutes. Had I not had those minutes, I would have probably been made to answer for what went wrong at evaluation stage. So when we ask for these minutes and insist, understand. Now, maybe at this point I should mention something that is becoming topical and coming up now and again. When we insist on minutes of the contracts committee, but when the procurement was done on the EGP system, and we say, it doesn't matter, just print out the thing, even if it's blank, but just show that the contracts committee approved. That's the whole reason. I need to have a complete file. Now, we get cases where a contract is being amended, and a nice procurement officer sends us the addendum and the cover letter. That's all. And then you ask yourself, how do you want me to pronounce myself on this amendment when I've not seen the original contract? So, one of the things we said you must submit was, when you are submitting an addendum, contract amendment, was a copy of the original signed contract, a full set of duly signed minutes of the contracts committee, proof of no objection to the amendment from the development partner where that applies, and then proof of exceptional or justifiable circumstances necessitating the amendment of the contract, and proof that the extra funds to be expended are part of the approved budget. Now, this relates to what I said a short while ago, that you cannot engage in any contracting unless you have the money. Now, when you send to us an amendment to a contract that is already running, the question we want to ask is, where are you getting the money from? How much did you budget for this procurement? And how come you have the balance? What was your budget? But that's for the auditor. But we just want to have confirmation from the accounting officer that I have the money. So that is one. Number two, you must be able to tell us that this is absolutely necessary and justified. Why do we get involved? Previously, we were not asking a lot of questions around this area, because we told ourselves, this is for the accounting officer. If he thinks he has to do this, and he wants to do it, let him do it. He will answer to the auditors. But then a question arose not long ago as, so what is our role? Rubber stamping? How lawful is this amendment overall? It's a question that we can legitimately ask. Why? Because the principles of procurement are part of the law, which we are supposed to ensure is complied with. Efficiency, transparency, value for money. So, how does this amendment answer to those procurement principles? That's how we come in. You set out to build a 20-story building. 9 months down the road, you decide, we want to make them 24. How is that coming about? How much planning went into this? What has changed? So we want you to be able to explain yourself, so that at least we don't own that mess, if at all it's a mess. If it's justified, certainly we'll not have any objection. Or sometimes you find that they come and tell you that, no, you see, when we set out, we wanted a Toyota, but now the minister wants a Pajero. Now, the question is, how much consultation preceded the procurement process? So that's why we insist that you must justify this this request, because you should be able to plan. Now, the best test of what is justifiable and exceptional is something that was completely unforeseen. So my appeal to you that next time when you are writing to us, make sure you really are detailed on how this was unforeseen and what has made it necessary. And we'll have no objection. Then the other documents, of course, you know about them, and you can always provide them because you must have them. Now, what are the issues that come up now and again between our office and your office, and therefore affect your efficiency, your plans, and your operations? The first that comes to mind is the issue of securities for either performance or advance payment. Because people have asked, if I have an insurance bond, why can't I present it? And our answer has been that there is a provision under the PPDA contracts regulations which says that a performance security shall be in a format provided by the authority and included in the bidding documents. B, and that it shall be in the form and from an institution that is acceptable to the Bank of Uganda in accordance with the guidelines issued by the authority. Our interpretation of this is that only a bond issued by a commercial bank or a bank regulated by Bank of Uganda is acceptable. The law talks of an institution that is acceptable to the Bank of Uganda, but that institution can only be acceptable to Bank of Uganda if Bank of Uganda has mandate over it. Insurance companies don't fall under the mandate of Bank of Uganda, so it cannot purport to regulate or to pronounce itself on what they do. So that's a message to take out to our beloved providers, that as of now, the only acceptable form of security is the one issued by a bank regulated by Bank of Uganda, or if it's issued by a foreign bank, it is backstopped by a local bank. And that also extends to advance payment guarantees. There's also been a question of, if I present, or if a provider gives me a bond covering 100% of the price, what's wrong with that? We tell them that the law, for whatever reason, does not allow that. It says you can only give advance up to 30%, and that's the amount for which you can obtain a bond or a security. And the reason is, I think, simple. The way government operates, and it's, I think, in the public finance management regulations, you only pay a provider upon delivery. Advance payment is only an exception. Now, if you allow somebody to take the money before they supply simply because you have that document, one, you are flouting that cardinal public expenditure principle. But number two, you are running a risk. That document could simply turn out to be a worthless piece of paper. What do you do? All the money is gone. So you have to understand why you cannot accept that 100% advance payment bond. Price variations, I've touched on that, to say that presently we frown upon them and we only lend our support to them only in exceptional circumstances and where a justification has been made. But there's also something else to say about that, and this is in relation to these so-called donor-funded procurements, where some of you, our colleagues, have taken it that with those contracts, you can amend this contract price by even 150%. We have seen them in some entities. I can't, there's one I'm not going to mention. And the message to take back today is that that's no longer acceptable from our point of view. The thresholds fixed in the procurement law apply to all procurements in Uganda, except where, pursuant to Section 4A of the PPDA Act, you have something specific in the financing agreement that allows you to do that, and the government of Uganda, through that contracting at that level, agreed to it. And we are saying this is allowed under that financing agreement. It's actually a requirement. But when you don't have that, please don't try this again. We will not approve that contract, that amendment. Something to note is that the law says that where there is a conflict between the financing agreement and the law, the financing agreement will prevail. Now, all the financing agreements I've seen with the attachments, some call them aid memoirs, others call them project documents, others call them what, I have not seen anything on thresholds. So there is no clash, there are no two things clashing here. And therefore, our law is the law on this question. I believe that has been well understood. And you need to ask yourself a question. Why did we have these caps in the procurement law? That you cannot amend the contract in a single amendment by more than 15% and not more than 25% cumulatively. It goes back to the question of what are the principles of procurement? Or what happens as part of the procurement process? Planning. If it's a road, you design it. And you don't wake up one morning and say, I'm going to do a road project. No, you sit down and say, this is a road that I want. This is the width, this is the length, this is the quality. Now, by the time you want to amend the contract price by more than 25%, what did you set out to do? And of course, when you do that, there is a lot of waste, there is a lot of all sorts of wrong things you can think of. So why do you think you need this safeguard for our own resources, and you don't need these safeguards for money that you borrowed, and which you're going to pay back one day, of course? So I think we understand each other on this point now. So don't bring back those things and say, you know, this is a donor funded, because we have had this many times. But this is a World Bank funded project. No. The thresholds in the law apply to all procurements in Uganda unless the financing agreement was very specific that you can amend the contract price by whatever percentage you want. Then the other question is observance of all the relevant procedures. Because sometimes you have entities jumping a step and telling you that, no, you know, the financial year is closing and we had to dispense with this requirement or that requirement. Our answer always is, too bad, but you have to follow the law as it is, because even the courts of law have told you something I'm sure you welcomed, that the provisions of the PPDA Act are not merely directory, they are mandatory. So even if you think a process or procedure is silly, until it's removed from the law, it is part of the law and you must comply with it. Courts have said that. I've also touched on the question of signing before you get all the necessary approvals. Again, such a contract is not a lawful contract. There has been a question about or around the dispute resolution mechanism. When I joined that office many centuries ago, I found a standard clause they would say, I could even write it without looking at any piece of paper from my head because it was routine. Dispute resolution shall be by arbitration in Kampala, and the law applicable shall be the laws of Uganda. Of late, I think you have seen what also looks like a standard recommendation now, asking you to revert to courts of law. That is indeed the position. You would be interested because you are the practitioners in this area. Thankfully, I don't think we get a lot of cases arising from the procurement side of things. And thanks to our colleagues in PPD who came up with these standard form agreements, which I think really help us a lot. But some of these, some disputes actually escalate to either litigation or arbitration. Now, why are we sort of moving away from arbitration, except in exceptional cases? One, contrary to what most people think, arbitration is not a nice conversation between two friends. No, it is as adversarial as litigation. The only difference is that instead of being before a judge appointed under the Constitution and in accordance with all those laws and given all those powers, here you have an umpire chosen by you and given the power to preside over and adjudicate this dispute. But the consequences or implications of their decision are as important, as grave, and as serious as those of a judge once they have made their decision. Now, certain complications arise from that. One is that this arbitrator or arbitrators must be paid. You never have these monies or fees in your budgets. So most likely when the dispute arises, you'll not be able actually to start the arbitration process. But the courts are there. They are there full time. Why not use them? Number two, an arbitral decision can only be challenged on certain specific grounds, either of an ethical nature or some gross procedural mistake or some other egregious ground. In other words, an arbitral decision is not appealable. So when this arbitrator sitting here in Kampala renders a wrong decision against you, you are stuck with it. But the courts offer you several chances. If it's at the High Court level, you can take it to the Court of Appeal level, up to the Supreme Court. You have a chance. But in arbitration, you are stuck with that. The other, and there are many challenges which I cannot say here openly. We have encountered with arbitrators. For some reason, it's like, if it involves government, government must lose. We don't know what happens. So that's a challenge. So we have moved away from that. We have had instances where the donors have been pushing back and saying, but you know. And we're saying, no, you cannot give me money, which I'm going to pay back one day, of course, and even dictate how I'm going to resolve my disputes with my contractors. You're not part of the contract. You cannot dictate. So we have had discussion with the World Bank. I think they are listening. And I think going forward for new projects, this method of resolving disputes shall not be imposed on us. And the reasons are those that I've given to you, why we think we should use the courts of law. Courts of law, you only use filing fees to institute a case. And now, people have asked, I said, but first of all, there is a lot of backlog in the courts. If it's a road project, is it going to stop until the courts have rendered their decision 5 years later? We have acknowledged that question, but we are saying no. The courts must do their work, and that's why we should focus to ensure that disputes of certain categories are given priority and resolved quickly. In any case, if the two parties still want to work together, even when a matter is in court, they can reach some sort of interim understanding, and the project can proceed. But let's not be tied to arbitration. I've already said something about contracting without confirmation of funds. We have noticed that a lot of breach of contract cases arise from this area where accounting officers sign contracts without the money. And as day follows night, you will default. And who's going to defend you? It is the Attorney General. So it's in our interest that you only sign that contract when they have the money. I've also touched on the issue of the EGP. We have had interactions with the Accountant General's office on how we can be part of this EGP ecosystem. We have had a bit of a challenge, but maybe it's not one we cannot overcome, but it's a challenge. As explained to you, ours is legal advice. It's not just approval as we take it. So a system that is designed to make it easy to click on the computer does not quite suit our circumstances. More so because of our internal working procedures. As I said, review of a contract is a process that involves different people and at different levels. Now the question is, who is going to be sitting on the computer to click, I don't know what? How are you going to discuss? How are you going to exchange views? How are you going to, because for us in our area, it's about talking, it's about engaging, it's about making your views known. Sometimes it's not easy to express them in writing. It's about back and forth discussions. It's about approvals at different levels. Now the question is, how many windows on that system can be dedicated to the Office of the Attorney General as part of the approval process? But also, we are not exactly procurement practitioners. Now, people will tell you a lawyer typically operates on a file. Now, the EGP system does not allow for that. So we are still discussing with the Accountant General to see how we can be part of this system, to be part of the efficiency that is the objective of the system, but also recognize our peculiar role. That's the discussion we're having. Regarding the documents that you must submit, as I said, I think that's the case, you can print anything off the EGP system. So we still request that you give us those documents, even if the job was done on the EGP system. I'll talk briefly about what sometimes affects our ability to deliver to you in good time. The first and obvious one is incomplete submissions. I've already said something about it. Even when we have given out this list of documents that you must make part of the file, you give us incomplete submissions. Now, when such a submission comes, it has to come through the system to get to somebody to first read and is able to say, oh, document X and Y are unavailable. And then they have to also bring it to our attention. Now, time is being lost. And then we'll write to you. Now, a phone call would be the preferred way of doing it. But then we also have our internal accountability mechanisms. Because if I called you to bring me Form 5 today, and you bring it next week, rather maybe 5 days later, when they are counting the days against me, the 14 days that we gave to ourselves to get a file out, I have no proof that actually I've been doing some work. So that's why sometimes we write to you to ask for just that one document. Madam Mogasi, some of these requests sometimes look silly, and sometimes we intend it. Because we are saying, we gave you this list. I want to write to you. I am supposing that this communication will come through your accounting officer. He should be able to ask you, why didn't you attach the document? But we also want to shock you out of your comfort. So please, we mean the business here. Bring the document. So that's why we write to you. But again, it's also for purpose of our record internally, because we're also accountable to show that we actually have been working. So please, let's have complete submissions all the time. Late submissions, like now, there are people who want these contracts today, but they came in yesterday. There's one that came from some big office yesterday. And around 5, they had already spoken to one of my superiors who was following. Then I said, but this thing was received today. Now, you have that sort of situation every now and then. So help us help you. Submit your requests in time. We also have cases where we have given advice and it has not been complied with, and it's at the stage of returning the signed copy of the contract, or when you want to amend the contract, say, but we had told you to remove provision A, B, C, and D. It is there. That's one of the issues. And then we have, sadly, peddling of false allegations by some of you against us. I understand there is a standard fee in this town that is given to a procurement officer for facilitating clearance of the contract at the Solicitor General's office. Is it 2 million or 3 million? I'm told that is standard. Personally, I've never asked any of you for that money. So who has asked for that money? I once was having a drink with a friend, a supplier in town, and he told me, said, but you people must be very rich. I said, why? He said, all these contracts that come to you, the money that you get from each contract, where do you put the money? I said, I asked him, what do you mean? He said, no, we know it. You cannot have a contract cleared at your office without paying that money, 2 million or 3 million. I said, can you tell me which officer specifically told you that? Or can you ask which officer in my office asked for that money? The man said, man, I still want to do business in this town, so I will not go into that. Kindly stop that. And if any of our officers acts in a manner that suggests that they want to be bribed in order for them to do their job, come to us. There are different approval levels. Come and let us know. But don't extract money from people using us as an excuse. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as I said at the beginning, our work is intertwined with ours. We appreciate what you do. In fact, in our office, about 60 to 70% of what we do on a single day is related to public procurement. And as I've said, the law grants the Attorney General a big role in your space, and we should all work together to make it work. We are mindful that when we don't act when we are supposed to, a lot of things can go wrong. So you need to understand that. Now, when there has been a delay, it is not intended, and internally, it's a debate we have each single day to see how to make things better. But as you know, we are serving the entire country. We have it's now a 50+ trillion economy, and we are not that many, but we are doing the best we can. So when you are complaining on your WhatsApp forums and everything, you need to understand that we are doing our best to serve you. Sometimes we fail because of you, and that it is incumbent upon all of us to identify ways of making this job more efficient. I thank you very much.
I think, thank you, Director. Another round of applause for him. I think we have got more than we bargained for in this presentation, because it has really tackled what has been on our minds. And I thank Director Souza for this. But I also thank, of course, I will continue thanking the Council for bringing specific targeted presentations and presenters to come and address us. And now let me, before I ask the Director, let me send this question to some questions of the panelists. Yes, Director, thank you very much. And I had 5 questions. I cancelled. I had 8. I cancelled 6 because it seems you looked at my notebook because you have answered what I had. But one thing or 2. What if I have a contract of less than 200 million shillings, and in my view it is unique and is critical, and I need the guidance from Solicitor General? Will I get that guidance, or you will refer me to the statutory instrument and chase me away? Then 2, pursuant to Section 4A of the PPD Act, what we have seen some advert running and was circulating on our forum, where the firm or the entity was requiring a bidder to be from, I think, Belgium. So the advert was very clear that the bidder should be, or the company from that country, to participate in the bid. Is it okay if it is captured under the 4A, the agreement, and in the agreement they say only firms from their country should participate in that or not? So those are 2 before I can refer you back to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. The answer to the first question is, if you have a contract, first of all, and I think I even told Madame Mogasi during the tea break, as a matter of practice, some of you bring those sorts of contracts, and we attend to them. And I told her that actually that's what prudent people do. Even when it's not required to bring that contract, they bring it. Because to them, that letter is a sort of certificate. So the answer is, we receive any contract, even those below the 200 million thresholds. Why? You see, when I exercise my discretion not to do something, I don't take away the power to do it. So for those who prefer to bring such contracts to us, they are welcome, and we attend to them. The second question, you see, when you enter into negotiations with a donor, we hesitate to use the word donor, although that's the word used in the law. I wasn't involved in the drafting of that law, but I would have used a different word. Maybe development partner or lender. When you are negotiating with an international lender, that is contracting at an international level. There are things you may have to agree to that whittle a bit of your sovereignty away, but then it is also part of your sovereignty to agree to them for whatever reasons, strategic and other reasons. So there are those lenders who are going to tell you that for us to give you this money, you must use our people. And it is well within your sovereignty to accept that condition, because you also understand that when they set out to establish those funds from which you are borrowing, they have their own national strategic objective they want to achieve. So you agree to that. So what you saw in the advert is certainly consistent with what was agreed to in the relevant financing agreement. Of course, we don't encourage that sort of contracting with international financiers, But you know, each case has got to be looked at on its own merits. And so you have some of those conditions. Now, when that condition is in the agreement itself, then you are free to deviate from the standard. The issue is when it's not there, or you want to interpret something to be able to say it is there. No. All we are saying is, when you are going to borrow next time, and you think that it is a good thing to be able to amend a contract price by more than 100%, make sure it is included in the agreement. And not as a matter of interpretation, it should be expressly stated. Because if it's there and it's contrary to our law, then we'll say, well, the Act says the agreement takes precedence. But when it's not there, don't even try it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I think now I'll get the audience. Let me first begin the panelists. ED, some of us with limited commercial law, we thought that when you have signed a contract with a vendor, procedural issues leading to the signing of the contract don't matter. We have now learned that the contract is null and void if it's not cleared by SG. We can also, with that, also find out that when the contract is not cleared by Solicitor General, sorry, by Contracts Committee, it may also be null and void. What's your take on that, and is this something you may pick up in your module that you have for training providers? Hold on, Benson.
Sorry, maybe before the ED comes in, maybe it's also an opportunity. I think we'll be attending these conferences in the future. You mentioned Solicitor General, we mentioned Attorney General. So people have asked this question. What is the difference between these two? Maybe it's an opportunity to explain. I think every country in the world has the office of the Attorney General. Kingdoms and republics and empires, I don't know whether they still exist, they have someone called the Attorney General. Now, the Attorney General is both a person holding the office at the time, but it's also an office. Now, within the office, typically, and especially those with the connections to the British system, typically, there is another general in the Attorney General's office, and that is the Solicitor General. Simply put, the Solicitor General is the most senior technocrat in the office of the Attorney General. The Attorney General is a lawyer, so is the Solicitor General. But the Attorney General is at a different level. He's not a technocrat. In fact, in our system, it goes further to say that she shall be a cabinet minister. In the constitutions prior to the one of 95, rather in this constitution of 1962, that addition of cabinet membership was not there. But in 66, I think because of what was happening at the time, it was added. Why? Because that would enable this person to sit in cabinet, but also address parliament. So in 95, we continue with it. So the law says, we shall be there shall be an Attorney General, who shall be a principal legal advisor of government, and also a member of cabinet. Now, under our standing orders, even if we don't go into the practical side of things, under our standing orders, a civil servant can only address a civil servant. It's only a minister that addresses a minister. Now, since the work that you do is of an operational nature, I'm not questioning what the Accountant General said. You wouldn't send that sort of work on a daily basis at an operational level to the Attorney General. So this Solicitor General exists simply to be the, what's the word, not gatekeeper, but the the person that absorbs all this at an operational level. Now, when a job comes to our office, whether it's addressed to the Solicitor General or to the Attorney General, it is handled by the same people. And sometimes, okay, even when you have addressed it to the Solicitor General, sometimes you get a response from the Attorney General. That means internally, we have looked at the matter and we thought that the significance of it needs a pronouncement at the level of the Attorney General. So what happens when you send us that correspondence is purely internal. But to put it briefly, as brief as I can, the Solicitor General answers the Attorney General, but it's one office. And it's because of those considerations. You send us contracts for purchase of mobile toilets. You don't want to send that to the Attorney General. We can deal with that at our level. That's why that office is there. I'm just using that as an example. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And it has been disturbing some of us. Back to you, ED.
Thank you, Moderator Patrick. Before I get into your question, allow me first of all to thank the IPPU Council for inviting the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs together with the Director, Legal Advisory Services of Minister of Justice, Mr. Souza, to demystify some of these legalities that we fight with or we go into when we're talking about procurement. But more important to say that procurement is a rules-based function. Even when they were looking at the Procurement Act, the PPD Act, if you get someone who read this act and they had never gone to school even to study procurement, you will see that it was anchored on the procurement cycle. And then it makes it rules-based. But going to your specific question, how does, what he mentioned, I'm glad Susan mentioned that, but suffice again to put what he mentioned about procedural breaches making the whole process an illegality. I wish he had mentioned further to say such contracts are null and void without anchoring the responsibility to the contracts committee. Because he rightly said that as long as the contracts committee approves, then for us we think we don't go into this. But I want to give you a case and an experience which came from Attorney General's office. When we investigated a case at PPDA, I don't want to mention an entity, and there was just a breach, actually a failure to adhere to evaluation criteria by introducing a criteria and also removing some criteria. And that case, when the accounting officer sought Attorney General's opinion, the Attorney General, by that failure to adhere to the requirements, that contract is null and void. If we were to go that direction, I don't know how many contracts will be null and void. All the audit queries we raise will actually render most of those contracts null and void. So how do we then continue adhering to these requirements at different levels. Even having a procurement outside the procurement plan. By the way, there are many of such kind, Director. Maybe you should also look at that. When they come to you and they say, well, this on the procurement plan, and then that would be, again, null and void. But I don't want to complicate the situation here, especially as we discuss with procurement professionals here. They may not like my submission because life will be complicated. We are trying to find a way out. What is the procurement purpose? In my opinion, as a procurement professional, the procurement should be a vehicle used to deliver services. So these commas and dots, we can find a way of saying, is this material? Is this a material breach? As we render to deliver efficiency and effectiveness. And the logic, reasoning, I think, should at times be employed. I thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Benson. Director, with due respect, Benson, you have not listened to the other parts. Otherwise, if your checklist expands, we may not move. But thank you, Benson, for that. 2 questions you'll answer as well, Francis. So I can go to the audience, I can look at time check. It's already 1:30. The first one is that apart from what the director said, at the tribunal you are always faced with different legal aspects. Could you throw some light on the different legal aspects you think are very key within the procurement cycle that we should know? And finally, what I'll ask you if I go to the audience is that what happens when a government entity is before the tribunal but not represented by the Solicitor General? Or when the Solicitor General has said, well, in our view, you don't need to appeal, but the entity on its own, I don't know if the word disregards, they think they have a strong case and they come before you. Do you first ask them for the guidance from the Solicitor General? Do you listen to them or you don't listen to them? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Before I answer the questions, they talked about the PPD Appeals Tribunal. We have 2 members of the tribunal here who are participating in this procurement summit. So I'll just request Mr. Kachira, Geoffrey, to wave to the participants here. And then I think many of you have seen him. He has practiced for over 20 years in the procurement circle, so you really know him. And then there is Ms. Charity Charisima, is also a member of the tribunal. Yes, we have gender balance. The amendment to the PPDA Act introduced a provision for 2 female members to the membership of the tribunal. So Ms. Charity Charisima is one of those members who were appointed. So when you come to the tribunal, you will not meet a male panel. You will also see gender balance there. So yes, what are the, besides what has been pointed, what are the key things that we find that we see before us? The director talked about the notice of best evaluated bidder. He has already talked about it, but it is very critical for us because it helps us understand what is the subject of the procurement, who is the best evaluated bidder, and who are the parties that were not successful, who are the bidders that were not successful in the procurement process. Because the amendment to the Act requires that only the bidders can write a complaint to the accounting officer. And when it comes to the tribunal, it is only an aggrieved bidder or who has applied to the accounting office and the accounting officer hasn't made a decision, or who is not satisfied with the decision of the accounting officer, who can make an application to the tribunal for review. But the law also allows for an aggrieved party to come. The High Court has guided us that the aggrieved party does not need to be a bidder. But that doesn't mean that anyone out there on the streets can complain about a procurement. We have stated that for you to complain, you must show sufficient interest in the procurement. We once had a case, I think from Mbarara City, where a resident in one of the areas in Mbarara City complained to the tribunal about a certain procurement. And he said that I'm a resident, I pay taxes, and therefore I have a right to come and complain about the contract. And we informed him that, you see, you cannot just come directly to the tribunal, because the law says even if you are a person aggrieved, there must have been a decision of the accounting officer. So you must base your complaint on the decision of an accounting officer and not necessarily your whims as a taxpayer out there. That is to ensure that the procurement process is not stayed. The other also silent feature is that we, under our procurement, under our procedure regulations for the tribunal, we also suspend the procurement the moment an application is filed before us. And that suspension is also copied to the Office of the Solicitor General. Why do we copy that? The director already informed you that contracts above a certain threshold ought to be cleared or must have prior legal advice from the Office of the Solicitor General. So we normally notify them so that you do not go ahead and you execute that contract, or you submit your contract for clearance well aware that there is a dispute that is pending clearance by the Solicitor General. And that is very, very key for us. We want also, some of the clear things that we need to point out is that there are certain circumstances where we cannot review an application even if we wanted to. One of them is under Section 75 of the PPDA Act. That is where the entity has taken a decision to cancel the entire procurement. We normally do not exercise jurisdiction to review, because if the entity does not want to continue with the procurement, why should we force them to continue? We only ensure that we only look into the dispute to satisfy ourselves that you must have sought clearance of the contracts committee, meaning that before you take the unilateral decision to cancel the procurement, the contracts committee should have approved the cancellation. Where there's no cancellation, we'll normally say that the cancellation is, the purported cancellation is null and void, and we refer the matter back to the entity to do the right thing, because we do not have the duty to cancel. It is still a function of the contracts committee. The other is if they have decided to, if they decided not to include you on a pre-qualification list, we really cannot look into that. Those are exceptions that are provided for there. Or if the entity has made a decision to use a reservation scheme, the law says the tribunal should not really look into such a matter. But what we wanted to also point out most importantly is that the amendment has introduced a requirement that there should be efficiency in the entire procurement, cycle. So every stage and every process in the procurement must have a timeline which must be adhered to. You have heard the director say in their office they have at least 14 days within which they clear a contract. For us at the tribunal, once an application is filed, we must hear both parties and make a decision within 15 working days. And that is clearly just to ensure that the moment an application is filed, there is no time wastage. Of course, most practitioners have complained that we give them short timelines to give us documents, to submit documents to the tribunal, or to be able to hire lawyers to come to us. But the law has stated that we must make a decision within 15 days, 15 working days. So we have to comply and work within those timelines. And also most importantly for efficiency is that under Section 91M, the moment the tribunal has made a decision and you decide to appeal to the High Court, the procurement process, if we have ruled that the procurement process must continue, the High Court no longer issues injunctions to stop the implementation of a contract as we wait for, as the appeal is being heard. At least that is nowadays very clear, and it was the President's intention to ensure that procurements are not really delayed by that. And as PPDA Appeals Tribunal, we have continued to train judges of the High Court on those new aspects so that they are able to understand the law from the procurement perspective. That is it. Now, about whether if an entity is not satisfied with the decision of the Attorney General, they can actually come to the tribunal. Luckily enough, the entity cannot appeal to the tribunal. The law only recognizes a bidder and an aggrieved party who is aggrieved by the decision of the accounting officer. I don't think the entity can be aggrieved by the decision of the accounting officer who heads the entity itself. So we can only entertain the bidders and the other persons who are not entities. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I think the director has one small clarification to make, but I'll beg you to get at least 2 questions which are directly related to you. We shall allow 2 after you have said, then after that we can leave you to clear contracts for people who come late. Director.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, ED, for your comments. You know, experience, they say, is the best teacher. And someone once joked that's something that is said by teachers who don't know how to teach, and they just say, experience is the best teacher, not me. But, you know, if you have been involved in some of these things for a long time, there are many things that you encounter which enrich your understanding of things. And now, the experience I had in that particular case I mentioned, where I was summoned to a criminal court, it really opened my eyes to many things. Unfortunately, when the decision of the court came out, the judge had not been convinced by everything that I said, including allocating blame or responsibility to other people. Because when I appeared before the court, I said, by the time a contract gets to us, so much has happened. I'm not in a position either to audit everything that has happened or to pronounce myself on everything that has happened. That would require maybe 3 months on a single contract. And so that's why we say, let's understand who is supposed to do what. And as part of a submission, I want to confirm that the person who is supposed to do it did it. And I have a right to assume that they did their work properly, and therefore what I have before me is a good product. And then I restrict myself to the substance. But this is a debate that has gone on and on and on. And the judge, I think when I read the decision many months later, she was saying, no, that man was trying to deflect. But I also thought she didn't have enough understanding of how these things work. So the Contracts Committee minutes, or the Contracts Committee decision is important. Why? Because it's in the law. And the law says it is going to be your job to do A, B, C, D, including approval of award, review and approval of the evaluation report. Now, but I also learned, and I'm mindful of the fact that our mandate, which some people think is a power, is also so broad that hypothetically, we can ask any question. Because what makes a process or contract lawful? It is everything. Now, I've always joked with friends like Patrick and the others that whoever came up with this procurement law, there is one point they missed, but I guess for a good reason. They became so detailed that, in a way, this law is unique. Because you see, a law, whatever the subject matter, is a broad framework. So many things are really of an administrative, but this law, and I'm supposing it's because this law seems to be a hybrid of so many things picked from different financial institutions, and it's so detailed. Every little thing is there, including the need for a procurement plan. Now, by including it, in essence, you are saying that its absence can be reason for the Solicitor General to reject a submission for violating that specific provision. Because, simple as it might look, it's in the law. So, I just wanted to make that clear. The good thing that we have not yet gotten there to say, give us the couple, but we can, from the look of things. Now there's a decision, my brother here and the other professionals here who are also lawyers must know about, a case that was decided by the Supreme Court of Uganda in 1982, Cardinal Emmanuel Nsubuga against Makula International, where they said that an illegality, once brought to the attention of court, cannot be ignored. So that means if tomorrow someone submits a contract to our office and then a whistleblower, somebody said, by the way, this thing was not on the procurement plan, we can very easily say, sorry, this is a violation of that regulation in the law that says you must have a procurement plan. And you'll go to, I don't know which court, and it will tell you, no, these people are right. So I just wanted to make that clear, that now the contract may not necessarily be null and void, but it is simply in violation of that specific aspect of the law, and we want to tell you, go and address it. Go and address it. So these are serious matters. Maybe in the future when you are doing your reforms, look at some of the chaff to keep out of the law in order not to give us the reason, not because we enjoy it, but because it's our role to ensure that whatever you do is in accordance with the law, to reject your submission. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. It is not null and void. When I was doing commercial law, we used to have contract void ab initio. I don't know what it means. I forgot. When we used to listen to stuff about Lord Dennings, you know, that time I was doing SIPs, I don't know what level. I would think that I'm more knowledgeable in law than the Chief Justice, and I would challenge traffic officers when I was just learning how to drive. Thank you for that. Before we go to the plenary, I also recognize they have talked about the law with a lot of things. Mr. Chinji is there. We shall choose you for so many things that auditors speak on. Now we have, I just realized, I knew it happened, but I got a query that there is no evaluation committee minutes. Of course, it's in the law. So before the regulations comes out, first remove that one, Mr. Charlie Gonza, so you don't have a requirement for minutes. Because there will be a problem of minutes conflict with the evaluation report. I also recognize my colleague there, Kachira Geoffrey. You know, we are 4 people here, and I wish the cameraman was here. David, you look for us. There was Geoffrey Kachira, who I replaced as manager training and capacity building PPTA. Then there was me. The only problem left me with white hair. Then there was me. Then there's Dan, who is in UDC, and there's this Kayanga Masi. So 4 of us are still here. That's good. At this point in time, MC, take around the mic. Begin with the Mr. Dida is picking another person. Mr. Dida, I'm soon traveling to...
Moderator, do I have the discretion to choose where I begin?
I have delegated 100% now to you.
Okay.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, director and ED. I just have two comments. Number one, we reach a point in time as a country that I want to desire more engagement between the legal fraternity of this country and then the procurement fraternity. The more we keep insisting from our own dockets without listening to the other side, in an attempt to deliver service, we overemphasize compliance at the expense of service delivery. And I want to think, as the director rightly noted, that even the judges may not know some of the things we are talking about. And one of the biggest problems, as you noted, is that the procurement law in this country, the public procurement law, is a little too much detailed over legislation of a process. And I want to challenge the legal fraternity to start thinking about this. Because if I look at the doctors, if a doctor is diagnosing a patient, he knows that I need to put on a glove, touch here, see, recommend for some diagnosis in the laboratory. He doesn't need a committee. He doesn't need somebody to first clear what he did. Why do we have it in the procurement? When we have accountants, where there is also big risk as far as public funds is concerned, by the way, the Accountant Act does not tell an accountant every single procedure, including a form to fill. Why in procurement? Lastly, I want to think that before we think about the next amendment, for those who are in charge, I start with my boss here, we need to appreciate what we call the conventional spirit of a legal provision. Otherwise, the way we are moving as a country, everybody is excited about introducing another law, another law, another law in governing public procurement. And I can tell you, that will not deliver service, that will not deliver efficiency, that will not deliver effectiveness. The politician will continue to abuse us. Unfortunately, they're the one again who also approved the law. So the question is, if you must achieve efficiency and effectiveness, if you must deliver value and service, will compliance to the dot of the very many laws deliver that or not? My answer is no. So it is a high time we thought about it. And it is a high time that the next team who are going to be constituted to review this law, you need to start reviewing by removing the too many provisions, not by adding more, please. I pray God bless you.
Thank you. This is going to be the procedure. Julius will take care of the other half. So we'll take 2 questions this side, and Julius takes 2 questions that side.
Excuse me, we are having only one more question for him to address, and he goes. Other questions continue coming. So you can pick one other person.
Now I have Doreen, I have, okay, it was gender balance, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Souza, for your elaborate presentation and the clarifications you've provided. My name is Doreen. I'm the head PD UKCCA. First of all, I've gotten an opportunity to raise some of my concerns to you. One, you've guided on the donor or development partners procurement issues and the contradictions that have been happening, and you kept referring to the financing agreement. The challenge we have as practitioners, we are never part of these financing agreements. These are negotiated at that level of finance and signed by Office of the Attorney General, and in most cases, the details you are explaining are never reflected in this financing agreement. You'll only find that they are saying or stating that the procurement process will follow the procedures of the development partner. That is what is reflected in the financing agreement. So for us, we are given that. Then we go to really look for the procedures. You'll find the development partners, procurement guidelines, you find their operations manual, you'll find their standard bidding documents. And this is where the contradictions come from. You'll find their bidding document detailing the kind of how they address, for example, disagreements. And they are clearly stating that we shall go with this. Yet Awaro and Attorney General is giving a directive, and in the financing agreement, you are already stating that we shall follow the development partners' procurement procedures. So I want you to really help us on how that should be done. Then another thing, this EGP is a good thing. We've tried it, we've moved, we've reached a point of contract signing. There, we get out. Then we print and send to you. I know it's your constitutional mandate. As well as us also, we thought we are doing our work within the provisions of the law. Can't you be part of this EGP team to really create platforms for you to look through this process the way you want it? Otherwise, it is affecting us. We move very fast. When we reach time of signing the contract, then the delays start. That is my submission. Otherwise, I appreciate your presentation and the help and the guidance you've been giving us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Director Souza, you can respond to those.
Mr. Moderator, I beg your indulgence. Maybe before that, I think there is a lot of burning questions for Director.
I know the office, his office, there is a lot. We are glad he's here for this time. I think let us say it is him. Director, over to you.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you, colleagues, for your questions. In all honesty, I would have loved to keep here until the end of this seminar, because as I said, contrary to what many people might think, we are very sensitive to your needs and the challenge that you face because of our involvement. We have our strength, we have our weaknesses, which we each single day try to address and also consolidate our strength. So I would have loved to be here to answer every question, to also understand every sentiment and take away the lessons. But unfortunately, as Patrick said, it's ironical. You need me here, but I'm sure somehow you need me there, some of you, because of this end of financial year rush that is happening now. And you can see I was even taking phone calls here. Some of these interesting things that I have to deal with as part of that system called Attorney General's Office. Now, the first speaker, I think I had hinted on that in my personal view, there was a lot of, there's a bit of over-legislation when it comes to procurement compared to any other area. And I gave you my suspicion that it's because those who put together these things were experts from different jurisdictions, experts really, and knew all this. And then they got these pamphlets, those guidelines and all sorts, and then decided to make them legislation. Now, that has its own advantages. There is clarity for whoever is involved. They know what to do. And if they follow everything to the dot, the product must be good. But it comes at a cost. I agree. It comes at a cost. I've said it before. A law should be a broad framework representing and underpinning certain basic principles. The rest, really, as you've said, should be, because some of the things said in those things, these regulations are matters of common sense, but they are there. Now, they leave you with very little room to achieve speed, which is really what you're concerned about. And I also agree that you don't need to be so over-legislated to achieve accountability. So that's, I think, is a debate for another day. I will not point to a single provision and say this is a useless provision, but I think you understand where I'm coming from. But we can learn from other jurisdictions. You are the experts in this area. Me, I'm a pseudo procurement specialist because of hanging around Patrick and attending some of those few courses. But anyway, I did a lot of training in 2003 with all of you when everyone was learning about this new thing called procurement. And as I said, each day we do this work and we learn from you, you learn from us, I suppose. Now, Madam from KCCA, what you have raised, the first issue of non-involvement of procurement specialists in these negotiations, it's a valid point, not for me to address, but I definitely will take it to where I think it should be had. The good old days when you used to go to negotiate financing at the headquarters of some of these lenders, negotiation will be done in segments. You start with the usual, go through the project document, where they are going to do what, the implementation architecture and everything. That is done. That group goes. Another group comes. Now the lawyer walks in, legal, terms of the financing. The interest rate is so much. Then there will be a segment on procurement. At that point, someone comes in, a specialist, and she will have a write-up and says, I've looked at your procurement law. That provision is okay with us, that provision is okay with us, but that one on this aspect, this is what we are going to use. Now that becomes part of the financing agreement. At that stage, of course, you would need your own procurement experts to say, that's okay, that is not okay. So maybe the message that you all should take, including this friend of mine who sits in Minister of Finance, is to say, next time, have procurement specialists as part of negotiation teams to make sure that your concerns are taken care of. Now, the broad question of how does our law sit with these guidelines and rules of financials? My answer is that when we borrow money, we borrow the money as Uganda and to be utilized in Uganda. So the primary legal instrument or instruments are the laws of Uganda. So we start from that level. Fortunately, most of the provisions you have in our procurement laws are derived from those guidelines you're talking about. So there's little clash 80% of the time, except in specific areas. Now, so for us, we start from the basic point that the guidelines are complementing our law. And as I said, fortunately, they usually do. There's no clash. But there are certain specific things that will now require a look at both. Now, the most critical area, and I think this is important, the most critical area from where we are seated is that one of thresholds. Now, there is no single financial guidelines book I've seen which has anything on thresholds. Right? I'm sure you agree with me. World Bank, ADB, Islamic Development Bank, Badea, PTA Bank, you'll never find anything on that issue. So, notwithstanding that understanding that the guideline will apply, you will not use that, because even if I ask you, I said, okay, what do the guidelines say about thresholds? You won't tell me anything because there's nothing. So you must revert to our law. Because those guidelines, much as we have them and adopt them, they are not meant to oust our domestic law. They must either complement each other, or where there is a clash, it must be clear there is a clash and we must agree to that clash and adopt what is in the guidelines. So, the good news as I end is, this is the area really in issue here is around amendment of the contract price. And none of those guidelines provides for or against those thresholds. So you refer to our domestic law and you live with that. So in your internal meetings, in internal operations, make it known. Just like we as an office have made it known to all these donors. In fact, we had a meeting with the World Bank team led by the Chief Counsel of Africa, who fortunately is a Ugandan, was actually my classmate. So we raised issues. They said, no. We have never authorized anyone. It has never been up to us that somebody should be able to amend the contract beyond your thresholds. That is an issue for you, not for us. When they come to us, we assume what they are doing is proper, and that's why we approve, because for us it's not an issue in our literature, in our guidelines, in our regulations. So they said that is your problem, not theirs. And then we said, okay, we shall own that problem. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we could have him the whole day.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator. Someone asked 2 questions here, but I feel I will answer only one. The first one, sir or madam, whoever you are, that one we can discuss one-on-one. And so the one I'm going to answer is that how long does it take for SG to clear a contract? Is there a specified period in the law? The answer to the last bit of the question is that no. But we came up with what is called a client charter as an office, and we gave ourselves 14 calendar days. In reality, that is 10 working days. And it's a very short time, I can tell you. On average, we receive about 60 to 70 requests per single day. That is like now on the contract side of things, but we also receive requests for legal advice on how to remove a speaker from a district council, we also deal with the oil and gas, railways, and so all these things come to us. So we're talking about a lot of work per single day, a lot of work per week. Now, that means that by the time on a Tuesday an officer gets allocations for the day, they must have about 3 or 4 pending each single day. And Patrick had asked me to comment on how we are doing things these days. We have had some internal sort of reorganization, again to improve efficiency, whereby we have clustered our officers in sort of specialist teams. So we created a procurement law team, so to deal with these issues that concern you. Its membership now stands at around 10 or 12. All this work that you've seen through, that team deals with that work. Now, occasionally you have one person unwell on a day, another pregnant, another has gone to give birth. So you have about, sometimes like 2 days ago, we only had 4 dealing with all this work of yours. Now the idea was that when people do something over and over, they become good at it. When you send a contract, they know what to look for. They are not learning on the job. They are better, they are faster, they are efficient. So, when we overshoot these 10 working days, It's not because, as some people believe, someone is sitting on the file negotiating for a bribe. No. We are human beings. But we are doing our best. We are recruiting next month. We are hoping maybe by August we'll have a new set of officers. We are going to beef up that team. Now we also created a team on natural resources. Those ones deal now with the contracting and other issues around minerals, oil and gas, electricity, water, name it. Then we also have a group called Public Law and Regulation. Now that's the one that deals with these silly MOUs you send to us every now and then, issues around institutions, local governments, employment, and other areas. And then we also have one that deals with commercial transactions. Now that deals with loans and other questions around commercial contracting. So that sort of reorganization has also meant that as we try to build our capacity and efficiency, we have fewer people struggling with the work, but getting better so that they spend less time. And also when your work comes, now I don't have to scratch my head to say, but who has less work today? No, I know where to send that work. Again, that's a bit of efficiency on our part. So, back to your question, 14 calendar days, 10 working days. Is this fixed in the law? No, but it's in our client charter. It's a promise we made to the public. The other question, all I can tell you is, I'm not going to read the question, but what I can say is that, you know, the country has structures, or the state. We as technocrats are only assisting the leadership do its work. They look at things and make decisions and give instructions at a strategic level. Their expectation is that when the instructions have been taken by us, we know what to do. In fact, we're employed because we are presumed to know what to do. So, when you get an instruction, it is your job to make that instruction fit within the law, but not break the law. And even the head of state has said it many times. He has said, when I give instruction, I'm not telling you to break the law. Use your expertise and competence to make sure that what I've told you to do is done in accordance with the law. And there are always avenues within which to use the same law to operate within the same law to implement instructions given at a strategic level. I'll give you an example, an easy one. When there is a presidential directive to take a certain direction with regard to procurement, there's nothing difficult about that. Because if it's about a provider, a specific provider, the law already allows you to use direct procurement where exceptional circumstances exist. Now, that's an exceptional circumstance. But as you go about that assignment, of course, you must satisfy yourself about certain things. You must follow the processes that are prescribed by the law. You must evaluate this provider. You must assess their capacity. You must ascertain that the price that you are going to agree to is acceptable. You have carried out your market survey. You must ensure that the contracts committee approves this award. All you are doing is within the law, but also complying with the strategic direction you have been given. So that's my answer to the question. There is no contradiction between strategic guidance and compliance with the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Director. There's a question here, but it's not for you. They wanted you to talk about how you regulated DNA, but this is not about you. And DNA tests, yes, yeah, but it's not for you. And it's not a procurement issue. But you have a shortage of staff. You can also engage procurement specialists within this room. Geoffrey Kachira is there, Mr. Chinji is there. So you can have like 5 people and engage them on a call basis to do that. Otherwise, Director Souza is always in office earlier than 7 a.m. on every working day. Thank you very much. We may leave you now. Chair IPP, I think, and Mbabazi, Council Mbabazi may see him off. At this point in time, allow us, it's already past time. In fact, we are 1 hour late into the program. We can allow 2 questions not related to his office, but maybe what the panelists said, and after that we shall have a parting shots from the panelists, then we can go for lunch. So any other question that you think can be addressed by the panelists? You're welcome. Yes, Dan, I think the MC has gone to bid farewell. Sorry, not, yeah, MC Dan, Uganda government, UDC has something. He's my Muko, but he has never brought the goat.
Thank you, Muko. Thank you, gentlemen, for the comments and the discussions. By the way, most of my questions were directed to the director, but you have denied me an opportunity. But I still have a feeling that Benson can actually respond some of these questions together with my friend Kiwa. Now, the first one, I just want to cite the law, the PPDA Act, Order 2021, particularly Section 26, subsection 4 was repealed. And that was an issue to do with market assessment. And in line with that, if you go there and look at section, the same section, subsection 5, it puts the responsibility to PPDA to come up with the guideline for market assessment. Recently, I submitted a procurement for clearance at Solicitor General. The question that was brought back to me was to submit a market assessment report. Fortunately, I had done it. But my intuition tells me that when a particular section of the law is repealed, then we cease really to implement it. I know we have the regulations which have never been amended. So if a certain provision was repealed, even though we still have the regulations which are not yet amended, looked at, then that section actually is null and void. The land fellow will guide me, particularly Francis. But that was the dilemma. And my very question, perhaps, is basically to ask my boss Benson on how far we've gone with the guideline, particularly for the market assessment. 2, the same office, when the director was presenting, he submitted that apparently they now require us to submit Form 5 to ascertain the availability of funds. Yes, it is true that they want to satisfy themselves whether the funds are available. But the unique situation I experienced is in relation with framework contracts. We are all aware that when it comes to framework contracts, we use the unit rates, irrespective of what was actually submitted at the time of the commencement of the procurement. But when it comes to committing government, we commit at the point when we issue the call of order. Here you have submitted your request at Solicitor General for clearance. They ask you form 5. Now, that particular Form 5, of course, yes, if there are contracts that exceed 200 million, it is there. And it is an assurance that you are actually going, you did some research. But when it comes to actual implementation, it doesn't mean that all what was requested as at that time will be secured. We only pick what we need as at that time, and that's when we commit. Now, at this point in time, why should the Solicitor General commit a call of order or refuse to clear a mother contract on the basis of that? I don't know whether my issue is very clear. We shall maybe discuss that at length. He also talked about an issue to do with the performance security. I have an experience, particularly in this line. And in our document, we are very clear that we actually need a performance security that is recognized by Bank of Uganda. And you have an issue now. After you have issued out bids, bidders have submitted, you are now going to commit. When you request the performance security, somebody, the bidder gives you the bid security from the Bank of China. Now, you become a little bit suspicious of this bid security. In the case of anything, rather performance security, in the case of anything, am I able to cache this security? I think the best option now is run to Bank of Uganda, and then they advise. Yes, of course, BAU tells you that, you know what, we are able to see the SWIFT, but we cannot commit. We are not sure whether you are likely to cache it in case of anything wrong. So where does that one leave us?
Okay, I think those are 3 good questions.
Thank you for the time being.
Let us have one other person, and then we can see how to close this with the parting shots and responses. If no person is there, ED, Francis, the first one is on market assessment. It was repealed. Of course, even Alter General is aware of that. Section 26(4) required the accounting officer, before starting a procurement process, to undertake market assessment. In the Act, which was effective 1st July 2021, it is repealed. Why are they asking for that? I don't know that one, whether we have any question, but in my view, it's talking with them and bring it to their attention. Now, this is what I know about Solicitor General's office. They even call you to go. First of all, they are wise. If you give them information, they call Uthman and EDPPD to correlate it, but they listen. I think you get more calls from the Solicitor General's office. You can add on anything other than what I've said. We answer him first.
Thank you, Dan, for the question. The issue of the amendment of the PPD Act in relation to the functions of the accounting officer under 26, and rightly said that the responsibility of coming up with the guidelines to guide on the determination of the estimated price was put into to the authority is true. And I believe you are also aware that quarterly we publish common user price list. I hope you are aware of that. So that is, first of all, one of the bases. If you are procuring the common user price, I mean common user items, so that should be your guide. Number 2, some of you, I don't remember whether Dan you were involved, we got funding from RIP, where we are working on price model. And that validation of the price model, we had the validation meeting, which we had at PPDA, and we called some of you, and we had your comments. And that is being addressed to finalize that, because PPDA is not going to determine your estimate, but will guide. If we say the price model is, you should arrive at your estimates like this, then it should guide you. That will come hopefully soon, if that provision is not amended again. But also you should know that under 95, among the offenses, it is also there that if you sign a contract above the determined market price, is an offense. So you have to be, as you did, be innovative to come up with your price list, and so that you are not, your accounting office is not caught with the law. I didn't understand the call off. Maybe that, as you said, we can have a chat at lunchtime. But on performance security, to me, my take on that is, what is your requirement from the beginning? Your requirement must be very clear. If your requirements were a bank guarantee, just open like that, then it becomes a challenge on your side. But if you know that it is an international competing process, then you ought to know that a foreign bank guarantee must be supported by a local bank. And I think that has been like a common practice. Otherwise, we will get that challenge. If the requirement is not very clear, then a bidder can challenge you on that after even submitting a bank guarantee from China. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we are going, what was about the framework contracts, I think, which I can give some guidance. True that we have unit prices that are quoted at a global level, but if you want a requirement for a particular requirement, you want to go to a hotel, you have unit prices, and someone is requesting for 70 people to have XYZ, you can translate that request into financially, and you know this request will require 68 million shillings. So a particular requisition form will come with 68 million shillings, then you issue a call of order. Let me call Councillor Kwaine to, you had something to say before I can get parting shots.
Thank you, PK, and thank you, Director. I think Danny's question is pertinent, and we are facing a problem with framework contracts. He goes to Solicitor General, they tell him, provide us the budget. But what he's saying, framework contracts are based on rates, unit rates. So when you advertise, people respond to unit rates. And because of the requirement to determine the prices, many entities go ahead and add the unit rates and come up with a total price. And then they start ranking firms according to those total prices, which is not correct, because that one does not reflect the true amount of money this bidder is going to give you. And now there comes another thing of lowest bidder. They say you give out contracts, but then you left out the lowest bidder. And the law does not really capture it. I know I've had a lot of chat with the ED and others. Can we come out in this regulation to guide us properly on who is the lowest bidder under framework contracts? And then how do you exercise the principle of rotation, that we should rotate bids? Instead of having only one person supplying everything, you can rotate over time. So maybe in the new regulation, we request that we come out clearly and have that in place. So the requirement of Solicitor General forcing us to submit Form 5 for a framework contract, I think needs to be checked. Because when you have the rates, every time in the financial, you generate form 5s for that particular requirement at that time. And that's what determines the market assessment that you were talking about. So that was his concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think in my view, the next CPD, the council is here. We should have a CPD that is relating to framework contracts. I know the MC is eager for us to go on and on. By the time I've been given is over, I have 2 minutes to go. I'll give 1 minute to ED to give us parting shots, then another one to Francis, and then we can close this. Thank you very much, and apologies.
My parting shots, first of all, I want to appreciate the audience for listening to our submissions, but also align with those who are talking about streamlining the provisions of the PPDA Act. Maybe the objectives of the amendments had never been properly conceptualized, that procurement is supposed to deliver service. Even when we amended in 2021, I'm not very sure that that objective was derived at. So, Dr. Charugonza, you have now a big docket. I think you need to think ahead together with us. How can we make procurement function easier? Because when we started in 2002, Mr. Moderator, even the procurement, I can't, maybe Chinji and Kachira were the only professionals in this area who had done SIPs. Thereafter, procurement was introduced in our universities. Now it is a professional that we should embrace and support and say, let responsibility be given to this professional person to handle. Why do we have so many players? You have an accounting officer, evaluation committee, user departments, contracts committee. Every Dick and Tom is in the field playing there. Then from there, then you have the Solicitor General. I mean, then you have PPDA, you have tribunal, you have policy, to mention but a few. So we need to find out how do we, because this is the complaint we are getting all over, even with our political heads. You have started a procurement, it has taken a whole year. And they are blaming the procurement cadre. So that's an area, that is my parting shots. I want us to simplify the processes so that at the end of the day, there is a budget absorption. I had figures here. In 2021, 2022, the budget of procurement budget absorption was 26%. 26% of the budget, procurement budget, was absorbed all over the country. So why? It's because procurement start and never end. So let's simplify the way the processes are done. I'm not very sure that the EGP will solve this problem, but we can still act professionally so that we are not used as excuses of hindering service delivery. I thank you, Chair.
Okay, you can pass over the mic to Francis for the parting shots.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I want to begin by thanking the participants for listening to us. Most of these summits should be learning curves for all of us. And some of the questions I listened to and some of the issues that are being raised here are issues that the tribunal has ably handled. So maybe we will begin by sharing some of our compendiums with the Institute so that knowledge can, what we have stored can be shared with the membership of the institute. But for those who can access it, you can go to our website, pat.go.ug. You'll see our decisions. Most of the issues you're raising here in the procurement process have been answered, and conclusions have been drawn by the experts you nominated to the tribunal. So I do encourage you to search for our decisions, and you'll be able to get solutions to this. And perhaps we'll have more engagements with the institute so that we are also able to contribute to your CPDs. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. On my part, I want to thank you. I've been a very good audience, and I can also thank you for allowing us to come and do this job. Apologies, the keynote speaker who was not able to be with us for this long. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you so much, moderator and the panelists, and thank you so much, audience, for being extremely attentive and following the proceedings. I think we have come to the end of this session for now. We'll be going for lunch. Our lunch will be served in the tent that is beside the pool, and Julius will be there to give us the coupons. We couldn't give them here because most of you forget the coupons on the table, and then when you go down, you're told to come back for the coupons. So we'll move down, and we'll have the lunch beside the poolside. But before we go, I think we need to pray for the food, and the representative from Kabarore Diocese, Rosalind Mbabazi, will give us the prayer.
Let's stand up and pray. Hajat, stand up. Let's pray. Father Almighty, we thank you very much for today. We thank you, Lord, for thus far you've brought us. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you, Lord, for we have the appetite and the food is ready. We ask for your blessings upon the food, that whoever eats it may be blessed. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you so much, and enjoy your lunch. We will be back after 30 minutes. Let's do it real quick because we've gone slightly above our time. So let's do 30 minutes, and we are back here by 3. 35 minutes. We start our next sessions at 3. Thank you. Yes, yes. Good afternoon and welcome back from the lunch break. Please call your friends, your colleagues to come, and we have the last session of the day. We want to thank you for your endurance this far, and we are yet going into another very exciting one after lunch. So in case you have contacts of people you've been sitting with on the same table, kindly give them a call and tell them that we are set for the final session. We need to get in here and we see how fast we can rush through this before the build-up of jam. Otherwise, on behalf of IPPU, we thank all of you. You are our partners, you are our colleagues, you've seen us through, and we pray that you continue with the spirit of partnership and support. DJ, please continue with the soothing music as colleagues come in. May we please take our seats, our colleagues, ready for the next session. Colleagues outside, please take your seats and welcome back from the lunch break. We welcome you back here. We have a very exciting afternoon that touches the core of organizational performance and service delivery. We are going to be unpacking the role of recruitment and selection in professionalizing the procurement function. You know, the aspects of quality management are two. We have quality assurance, which is quality at the gate, and continuous improvement. So the experts in the field of selection and recruitment are going to unpack the salient features and the key tenets we need to pay attention to in recruitment and selection in a bid to professionalize the procurement and supply chain function. As you see, the theme today is professionalizing the function, and a number of aspects are very critical in professionalizing our function as cadres. And for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome our very own, who is going to moderate the next session. And the moderator is Gloria Wakoba from Elgon region, who is a member of IPPU and ISPAU. She's a Deputy Director Administration at the Central Bank, but also the team leader of the Bank of Uganda Innovation Hub. Put your hands together for Gloria. Gloria, please take your seat and kindly introduce your panelists and the keynote presenter.
Thank you so much, MC and colleagues in the procurement profession. You are very welcome to this afternoon session, and I know that I'm speaking to people after they have had a sumptuous meal, and I'll be fast. So this afternoon we have a keynote speaker, Professor, who is already in the house. Yeah, so Professor Muhwezi, who is known to most of us. Professor Moses Muhwezi is the acting principal of Makerere University Business School, where most of you, or most of us, all came from, and also the accounting officer. So therefore, we can also fire him some accounting officer roles. He's an individual consultant with the PPDA, and he has researched widely and published widely in the area of public procurement. To his name, he has 45 peer-reviewed articles in procurement and supply chain management. He has practiced public procurement and taught public procurement at the university. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor Muhwezi. Okay, our next, after he has given us the keynote address, we shall have a panel discussion, a brief one, and our first panel discussant is our colleague, our papa, retired commissioner from PPDMD with worth over 30 years working experience. He's a fellow of SIPS and holds a master's degree in procurement policy from the University of Nottingham, UK. And he has a master's degree in management from UMI, and is currently in private practice, focusing on implementing sustainable procurement practices in the public sector. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, our former commissioner, Mr. Chinji, I'm looking for him. I think whoever is keeping him, please release him. Yeah, so you are welcome, and we appreciate that you still want to sow a seed and sharpen iron in us. We don't take it for granted. Okay, thank you so much. So this afternoon, given our topic, it's about human resource, it's about recruitment, it's about correct placement in the procurement sector. Our second panelist is known to us. He is an HRM consultant. He has done a lot of work in the consultancy regarding professionalizing the public service in Uganda, not just the procurement profession. He was previously the head of human resource at Housing Finance Bank, and also previously the HR manager at Centenary Bank. Currently, he is the president of the Human Resource Managers Association of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Ronald K. Bossa, our second panelist. So as he walks to the podium, I will request Professor to immediately take off the stage and give us the keynote address on recruitment in professionalizing the procurement function.
Thank you so much, moderator, my colleagues, the panelists. I'm humbled to share a platform with my elder, Mr. Chinji. We also work together in Makerere University as lecturers. Bossa there was also my staff. I think he's still my staff. I'm his boss. Nice to see you. Good afternoon, colleagues. How have you been? I'm humbled to be here. Thank you so much, council members, for inviting me to be part of this. I'm going to talk about professionalism, and later on, I'll talk about recruitment. My duty is to insight you into this so that you think through what I will present to you. What makes a profession? What makes a profession? A profession is not a label you give yourself. It is a description you hope others will apply when they are describing you. It's not just a label. It is when you get into a profession, you must go into a profession with full-time consumption to make a living and to keep there. It's not an issue of going in and getting out. You must have expertise. You must have minimum education. Apprenticeship is very, very important in profession. Knowing this is a bid document, this is what to do, that is apprenticeship. And experience. There is what we call Six Sigma approach. This is a theory. Six Sigma means a professional. Out of 1 million transactions, there should be only 3 errors. Only 3 errors expected out of 1 million things you do. When you come to Africa, to Uganda, I don't think there are actually errors out of 10, you find 3 are erroneous. The page, if you read the whole page, half are mistakes. So as a professional, Six Sigma approach with ICT now, you make only 3 errors out of 1 million transactions. You must have that master of skills and use of such skills. You may have skills, but you don't know how to apply them. So it is not only having skills, it is also knowing how to apply them, when to apply them, and why. You must subject your skills to how and why and when. When you apply your skills on what, you keep at the first level of rigor. And to us, that is not serious. It is a community of practice. It is, we call it the guild. The profession is a guild, a community of practice, where you have a group of people who share a passion for something they do and learn how to do it better as they interact regularly. As professionals, when you interact, you should be able to do it better. That passion, we give an example of a biology teacher who was teaching reproductive system. Because of the passion, he undressed to the class. Of course, he needed to go to Ruzera, to Tabika. But that shows passion. Passion for professionalism. It is about the moral dimension, responsibility of an individual to his own life. The morality, the question of morality. What is your responsibility to your own life? It is about social contribution. When the call for humanity is made, do you say I'm present? You know the call for humanity, social responsibility in society. It would be unimaginable that you are professional, you don't have even one child you are paying fees for. That's not right. In an African city, there are many people that cry, they have no food. So as a professional, we expect you to rise up when the call for humanity is made. It is a differential citizenry. The occupational closure, demarcation, you cross entry of non-participants to that profession. You cross entry of amateurs and the unqualified people to this room. They must get out because this is a profession. That's why there must be limits who enters, who is supposed to subscribe. This thing of opening up, these associate members, it is not true of a profession. Then you are watering it down. There must be a centralized citizenry that limits other people. It is professional authority, regulation, and oversight. Gone are the days when you used to have those people that you knew these are professionals. Do you remember the Kahozas, the Egadus, the Emasus of those days? You talk about him, you perceive profession. Incorruptible. Incorruptible. If we want this profession to be respected, we must rise up and have people who are like that. You have community sanctions in a profession. They must be there. You have not subscribed, you are sanctioned. There must be status and recognition, accreditation and respect in the profession. If we choose, and you see we don't have values in procurement. The lawyers put on dark colors. They must put on ties. For us, we put on whatever colors we want, or whatever attire we want. Those values define a profession and make you proud and keep you together. So I call upon the council. What are the values of procurement? What are the values of this profession? The accountants had them. The lawyers had them. We don't have them, I'm afraid. There must be continuous learning. The CPDs, how many magazines do you read? How many journals do you read? When we talk about journals, people think this is academic. No. There is nothing that happens in practice without theory. Ignorance of what happens does not mean it does not exist. No way. How many books do you read per year? An American businessman reads 5 books a year. An American businessman, not a practitioner. In Uganda, if I ask how many books you have read since January, I don't know. I don't know the results. There must be continuous learning. There must be sustained mental effort. You know, sustained mental effort. All the time you are thinking about the profession and you are reading and you are advancing and you know what happened in procurement in UK, what happened, why do the northern countries, I did an assessment, Libya and Egypt, they have what we call competent authority, what the ED was talking about. Once you have competent authority, you don't need contracts committee, you don't need evaluation committee, he does all those things and he's trusted because he's a professional. No wonder when World Bank gives them money, they don't need 6 no objections like you need. They need 1 no objection. So the process becomes very fast. So sustained mental effort. Get in and stay there. There is no getting out. So is procurement a profession? That's my question. We all know the way procurement started. Mr. Chinji knows. The first arrangement orientation of philosophy of procurement was simply source and deliver goods and services. Availability was just the whole thing. Therefore, you didn't need a professional with CIPS to do it. No, go to Nkrumah Road, buy a toner, bring it, period. We moved to a second stage, compliance. Funds are used for what they are meant to do. We left that stage. We went to efficient use of public funds, getting the most out of a fixed amount of money. That was the third stage. You must know these orientations. We went to the fourth phase of procurement, which was about accountability. Tell stakeholders that required items are there, there was no fraud, and we got a good price. That is all you had to do in your report. Then we went to stage 5, value for money. Not only cost, but also value. I think we are still stuck there in the Ugandan law. The in situ model law keeps us there. It does not make us move to what I'm going to tell you. Number 6, it is supporter of broader government policy objectives. This requires some level of innovation and critical thinking. This is where we must go. Can you stimulate innovation as professionals? Can you procure chirarka before the president forces you to buy it? Can you spend where it counts? Can you use sustainability in your orientation without being forced? Can you operate from the edge? This is the level at which the procurement professionals should operate. That's what I'm telling you. Time to use best practices, not the absolute law. I think the ED talked about it. And we must resolve and move there. Law-based system was to grow cadres and professionals, but now we have cadres who have grown. We have overstayed there. We have overstayed there. Do you know if you keep using the law, every time you go to the law, every time you go, you have not grown, your brains are just stunted? I'm not abusing you, but that is what it is. Anyway, what can you do to me even if I abused you? If a professor does not tell you, who will tell you? You get stunted because of using the law now and again. You must think out of that. Due to the laws around it, procurement is inflexible. It's not innovative. You are always referring to the same law. You will grow into professional drafts. The UK and EU, they legislate procurement, but they do not stipulate what outcomes must be achieved. The law is to ensure that processes are non-discriminatory and open to fair competition. They leave you to do what you are doing and account. And there is no problem with it. It can be done here. It is an issue of resolving and putting your mind together and putting the right law. Let me tell you, when you talk about all these problems in procurement, emergency procurement, what, it is because you fail to interpret the environment. Professor Karjik said that different circumstances, hear this, different circumstances require different procurement methods, period. Therefore, using threshold figures in terms of finance to define the type of procurement you want to use is irregular. It's a cake. It's a cake. If you used the methods using bottleneck items, leverage items, non-critical items, strategic items, and you legislate according to those, you'll have no problem. Why don't you use what is there? This was invented long ago. You don't reinvent the wheel. That is the primary contradiction. The rest you are talking about are secondary contradictions, and you don't resolve primary contradiction using secondary contradictions. Now let me be philosophical. And I don't want you to risk criticizing theory. You will say this is from Makerere, what he's talking does not work. No, I have worked. I have done consultancies in World Bank everywhere. I have. I know what I'm talking about. I know how to evaluate. I have done that, the bean counting skills. Do not criticize theory. A university, for example, is not a technical college. It is a telling of the crash of ideas. The etymology of the world universe presupposes plurality, not unanimity of thought. It is the rejection of the rigidities of dogma, and the vagaries of tyranny. Because you don't know the theory behind what happens, does not know it does not exist. Reality keeps reality, irrespective of emotions around it. It is there in the corner, you must discover it. So as procurement professionals, ladies and gentlemen, you must also get into this area of academics. You must also get PhD so that people don't down-look at you. Isn't it? You must get it because it explains what you do. 5 years, 10 years from today, we shall move into best practices. We shall not keep with this law, I think. And this is why you need this kind of thinking. Now, professionalism, what does it mean? Let me get back. It means much more than wearing a tie. It is much more than possessing a college degree and a noted title. No titles which are noted. I have 7 degrees. It does not mean those. It has to do with how you conduct yourself. It has to do with character, appearance, honesty, demeanor, confidence, being polite, being calm even when you are tensed up. That's professionalism. It's about reliability. Respond promptly and follow on your promises. Don't be like engineers who say, you'll come for your door tomorrow. When you go, somebody comes, pays for it, takes it, then it will be ready next week. That's terrible. That's terrible. It's about competence. Are you an expert in your own field? Do you keep relevant all the time? Do you know what happened on the procurement scene in UK last week that determines what we are doing? Can we pick lessons from it? Do you watch news, business news on CNN, or you keep on Ogatar Kung Fu for 1 hour? For 1 hour, then from there is this program on NBS, which is interesting. It used to be there. There's some guy making a rugabo, and you're happy and laughing. You're professional. You have not taken time the whole week to read about procurement. Ethics, it's about ethics, not misuse. Do not misuse skill, knowledge, and your authority. Written correspondence, short and precise, polite and formal messages as a professional. You know how to write letters. Organizational skills. Can you find something in a few seconds? Can you hold documents that are relevant? If you are going to Parliament to answer questions, do you have documents that are relevant? If you are going to meet your accounting officer, do you have documents that are relevant? Or when they say this, you say, let me go back and pick this. Why didn't you go with it? Professionalism. Accountability at all times. Own up a mistake and fix it and recover from it. I'm not saying you don't make mistakes as professionals, but you own up. You don't say, no, I'm not the one who did it. If you did, say, I did it, but I will recover from it. Apply rules of professional conduct and rules of reason. So I will not, because of time, the process of professionalism is long. It involves mentorship. It involves experience and maturity to be a store, intellectual store of knowledge. You don't need to refer to your books. You need to have these things in your head. the articles, the clauses that you work with, you know them by heart. Like those who say in Psalms 23, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. I choose that simple one. You must also know all those clauses you need in procurement. An intellectual powerhouse. An intellectual powerhouse for us who lecture in the university. When you are lecturing PhD students, you have to be careful. They are brighter than you, some of them. You must know, you must read, you must be ahead of them. Even in the professional procurement, you must be ahead of those suppliers, ahead of accounting officer, ahead of the committee, so that you shed them away. And they all know that you can have all those committees, those who are complaining they are this and this and this, you can have them, but because you are intellectual powerhouse, it is like you are the one. And they will follow what you want. You bombard them with knowledge. Even when they come for evaluation, you know what to tell them. And they all put their eyes on you. You can still dominate using professionalism angle, even when we have 10 professions combining to affect your profession. And professionalism, because of digitization, is no longer standardization. It is also innovation. You must interpret that philosophy. Professionalism is no longer standardization. Those who will say, me, I'm professional, I cannot change my principles. That is wrong goal. It is not standardization. It is now innovation. It's identity. Do you have that identity? You know, procurement officers, everybody in the organization has your phone number. Everyone. But when you leave this job, they will delete it because you are no longer necessary. So what is your identity? Is your identity associated with the job, or your identity is associated with professionalism? So that you keep these friends even when you are no longer in that job. There are negativities that come with this profession, relying on credentials to determine suitability, power, prestige, and social elite class. You move away from commoners and live like an elevated station in society. The elites, the elites, professional elites, have captured society. You not only own means of production, but also means of mental production, and you dominate society. You make rules, you debate them. Courts work for you, you are networked, you know the policemen, you know the best hospitals, kids go to the best schools, you live in crowds. Get away from the crowds and find us here. You'll fall down. That pride of professionalism is no longer needed now. It's not. They have published journals about that, and it's terrible when you read. Professionalism must seek for knowledge. Let me tell you this, and don't be annoyed with me. Learning, it is researched. In professional learning, learning stops after 2 years. 1, 2, learning stops. Because you know what to do. You know that, oh, the bids are here, you do this. If you are reading, you are opening bids, you read this figure, you read this, they sign here. Learning stops after 2 years. So those of you who have worked for 20 years and you are proud, you have 2-year experience repeated 10 times. Yes, that is it. You have 2 years. When you ask experience, you say, I'm 2-year experience, but repeated 10 times. But if you are reading and updating yourself, that is not the case. So you must struggle. Those of you who have worked, for us who have worked, I've taught Makerere for 28 years. I cannot say I have 28 years experience. I have 2 years experience repeated 14 times. But I'm not in that classification. May I read? I read. Seriously. I read medicine. I read pharmacy. If you check my degrees, they're in different areas. I cannot belong to that group. I cannot be a settlor. You could be a professional settlor. You settled and you think you know it all. You need sectoral knowledge. Knowledge of math and science. I know time is running, but when you call a professor, then you know why you have called him. But I will not overlay. Sexual knowledge, knowledge of math and science. It's very important. Go to Google and keep downloading exercises in math to make your brain active. Because when you go for all international examinations, it's math and science and English. Knowledge about how to meet professionals. You need knowledge how to meet the challenges that life presents to us, like the meaning of life. What is life? What is tomorrow? What is not tomorrow? What comes after death? Why does the world move around? Does God exist? Challenge yourself with those so that your mind is sharp all the time. You need professional knowledge. You need knowledge, and knowledge must be justified. Let me tell you this. Epistemology is a study of knowledge. It tells us that if you, and hear this, if you don't have 50% of valid facts about something, don't talk about it. Keep quiet. Then you are giving people poison. To understand what I'm talking about, put a topic. Say, digital marketing. Write what you know about it. And take time, you may write about it for 1 hour. Then open Google, put it there, and see what comes out. Compare what you have put down and what there is. You'll find you know 2%. Now what are you talking about? Why are you addressing people? You are giving them poison. I've not come to abuse you. I've come to share professionalism with you. So don't be satisfied with the knowledge you have. The possession of knowledge, my brothers and sisters, does not kill the sense of wonder and mystery. There will always be mystery. There will always be mystery. Can you push it forward? I don't know why it is not moving ahead. Okay. Let's move to the role of recruitment and selection in professionalism. My brother Bossa is an expert in this. I will say a few things. Hiring and retaining talent is one of top 3 priorities of top-notch companies. It is not a casual exercise. Recruitment. Top-notch companies, it's one of the top 3 priority areas. So recruitment as a function, it is the channel of discovering the potential employees. There should be a right mix of candidates with the right skills, with the right knowledge, and cultural fit. Cultural fit is important when you are bringing employees. With the wrong person in a role like procurement, your cash is flowing out. So hiring with confidence, predicting the performance of people you don't know requires serious attention to bringing them in. People simply bring them in. No? For professionals, use of competence-based assessment is very important. I'm showing you the competence-based recruitment, how to get the right people, how to get the right skills, the right behavior, the right place, the right time, and the right cost. Of course, in government, these are taken for granted because everybody gets the same salary, everybody gets the same. But in organizations that do supply chain, if you're talking about MTN, those professional organizations, they must follow these because that is a source of competitive advantage. Now, I wanted to show you briefly the skills of a procurement officer. A procurement person has certain skills that you must understand before you recruit. One, the procurement person reviews proposals, evaluates, ensures consensus, and recommends best bids. Therefore, he needs critical thinking, analytical skills. Those of you who sit on panels, check out that. Two, in procurement, you go to even simple technical basics you should apply, put into practice, implement, and employ knowledge. Therefore, the person to bring in should have been counting skills. Even if you are bringing a commissioner, the commissioner must also know how the bid data sheet looks like. That's what I mean by being counting skills, to go to the bare minimum, and all these should be tested during the interview. He oversees the organizational compliance with the laws. The procurement officer should say no to powerful senior managers, politicians, and his boss. He uses the law, but he's not a lawyer. This gatekeeping role requires basics in law. So you need to ask this person, what is the organization, the legislative framework that governs the employment you are getting into? And should be able to prescribe the PPDA, the Public Finance Management Act, whatever that kind of thing. It is necessary. He faces a lot of challenges. He needs to communicate and present well. He exhibits high levels of integrity, transparency, and fairness. He therefore needs management skills. He works in a team. When you're evaluating, it is teamwork. It is not my work and your work and your work and combine. Again, that is the problem with the law. It should be teamwork and discussion and an analysis, and you get the answer. I have a complaint with the way you evaluate. You don't use the right mathematical models to arrive at the right points. I don't have time to demonstrate the linear interpolation methodology that we should be applying when we're evaluating and giving merit points. Go and read about that. He deals and spends time with stakeholders, like debriefing the unsuccessful bidders. Therefore, he requires interpersonal and people skills. And look at those skills and know how to question them in the interview. He takes part in verifying deliveries. So he needs M&E. We are weak in M&E, even as a university for us. We are very weak. We need to improve M&E. I appreciate UMI that is doing this. Let me continue. Let me jump this. We are saying you need law, but you must be above average. Within law, even when you have the PPDA law, you can still be innovative and circumvent around that law. And you know, you don't have to overthink. The greatest discoveries, ladies and gentlemen, in this world, they were made by ordinary citizens, not professionals, not professors. Think about Newton, who discovered the law of gravity. What did he actually discover? He just saw an orange falling down, and he says there is the law of gravity, as if he had ever seen an orange shooting up. Simple. My point is, solutions can be got in procurement using simple, ordinary inputs. Period. Don't complicate things. You see, I'm not complicating them. Let me give you a story about a PhD man and somebody who did not have PhD. They went for camping. When they went for camping, I want to tell you what happened. A PhD graduate and an ordinary man went on a camping trip. They set up their tent and fell asleep. Some hours later, the ordinary man woke up and asked his PhD friend that to look up at the sky and tell me what you see. The PhD man replies, I see millions of stars. The ordinary man asks, what does that tell you? The PhD guy ponders for a minute and said, astronomically speaking, it tells me that there are millions of galaxies and potential billions of planets. Astrologically, it tells me Saturn is in Leo. Time-wise, it tells me to be approximately 3:15. Theologically, it is evident the Lord is all-powerful and we are small and significant. Meteorologically, it seems we shall have a beautiful day tomorrow. Then the PhD man asked the other one, for you, what does it mean? He said, the ordinary man kept quiet for a moment and said, practically, doctor, it tells me that someone stole our tent. Somebody stole the tent, but the man had to describe with all the knowledge ever in the world. You don't have to go there as a professional. My point is that as professionals, get simple solutions. You complicate things by yourselves. Dan was asking a very complicated question in 6 paragraphs. Dan, don't complicate things. Simplicity, complexity must be interpreted in simplicity. Even us who do theories, we reach a point and say, what is the simplicity of this complexity? Once you don't ask that $1 million question, you are not of value to the world. The world is simple. So procurement professionals don't keep there. Before we interview, we need skill assessment tests. They will tell you, they allow you to evaluate and screen the participants. You need these tests so that you understand. You don't rely on the CV. 78% of resumes, the CV, are misleading. While 46 are lies, 46% in the CV are lies. Somebody says, Kiswahili, fluent. When you say habari, you can only say mzuri. You cannot add on. Most of the things in the CV are inflated. If they tell you to put the CV in the World Bank format, that's when you know that you have nothing. If I say you put it in the EU format, hey, then you know. Otherwise, this CV, 9 pages, it is all rubbish. If you content analyze, I get 10% value. The rest is useless. And unless you know how to evaluate that, you will say the CV, he has attached 9 over 10. Nonsense. It can't be. Even when candidates look great on paper, if possible, try to unpack. You'll find they are inflated. No one hates himself. That's the philosophy. Everybody will rate himself positively. So you need the assessment tests. We can't go to those because of time. What do you analyze in a CV? 1, signs of achievement. 2, specific results. For example, submitted all reports within time. 3, transferable skills and experiences. 4, appropriate education and work background. Another one, continuity and durability and duration of employment. For example, if somebody changes employment every 1 year, what does that tell you, even when the CV is long? He is not reliable. He has not learned. I have told you learning takes place in 2 years. He has not yet learned. Gaps in time. He started in senior 5 in 1998, but finished the university in 2020. Can you account for that difference? I know some people don't get money, but we are not here to sympathize with you. We are here to select the right person. Yes. Why are you telling me you had problems? I need the right person. Analyze that. And incomplete and conflicting information, accuracy, spelling, grammar, and comfort, and format, rather. It's very important you check these at the recruitment stage. I have ever seen a student that came to me, had written an application letter in capital letters and the signature in capital letters. Where do you put this? Where do you put this? Keep objective while evaluating candidates. Let me quickly go through this. Human beings make subconscious errors. You make errors without intention to make them. And it is psychological. Rhetoric errors are reflective of our imperfect judgment of the world. We are unable to capture the universe because of our imperfection in judgment. Halo effect error, a rater's overall positive and negative impression of an individual employee leads to rating him or her the same across all rating dimensions. You have leniency error. You tend to rate all employees at the positive end of the scale or at the negative end of the scale. Even when you are evaluating bids, for you, you always give 8 over 10, 9 over 10, 8 over, then others are giving 4 over 10, 3 over 10, 4 over 10, 3 over 10. Another one gives 5 over 10 throughout. Those are errors not intended, they are psychological, and they match with your own interpretation of the world. If your interpretation of the world is that people are not good, you always let low. If your interpretation of the world is that people are excellent and nice and that, you always give 9 over 10, 9 over 10, 9 over 10, 10 over 10. I normally see my lecturers, they are emotional. They put a huge tick, then a small tick, but they all take 2 over 5, 2 over 5. Why did you make the tick very big? Why? If I see you, that, sir, my tick was bigger than the other one. You have given us the same mark. I will take the day in court. There is central tendency error. Many people, they don't want to be the source of problems. True or false? When you say from 1 to 10, rank, they give 5, others 4, others 6. No one gives 9 because he's not confident that he's right himself. If you don't have enough knowledge, you fear when they come to read the results, mine will be outrageous, so I better give 5 over 10. There I'm in the middle. That's the problem of not being a true professional. Even your ranking is inherently faulty, and you produce a wrong person. This is why sometimes these days we have first class, the whole university first class. You mean people who went through university in the 1980s are stupid? Why didn't they get first class? How can you get 90% first class when we have a normal distribution curve? In simple, a normal distribution curve says people are average. Half are good, half are bad. If it is not a normal distribution, then what you are saying is wrong. And you are a professor, and you are saying 90% got first class. What are you talking about? That's why for us, I'm proud of Makerere. You fail, you fail. You pass, you pass. And I tell students, get 90, we know you are clever. Or get 10, we know you are stupid. When you get 52%, you confuse us. What are you? Well, what are you? You have passed, but what are you? Huh? Quality at the gate, there should be quality at the gate, and I'm not going through that story. Quality at the gate means there is a natural selection model, it's a theory, that to enter an organization, a world-class center of excellence, you must be quality. You are not quality, and you incidentally enter, as things happen in Uganda, technical know who, the system will work out itself to reject you. It will not take long. And there is a theory, never underrate the balance of nature. Yes. Never underrate the balance of nature. Ecological balance. It presupposes that ecological systems are usually in a stable equilibrium. A small change will be corrected by some negative feedback that will bring the parameter back to original point of balance with the rest of the system. The system will negate you. As procurement professionals, I expect you to incorporate green recruitment selection. Be mindful of the green issues. Remember, when the planet turns against us, the options to run away are limited. However much you run, you can't run away from your shadow. You run very fast, the shadow follows you. You slow down, the shadow slows down. So when we are talking about green issues, be serious. I'm getting to the end. There is that table. It tells us that in an organization, a big organization has 4 categories of people. And I want you to tell me where you are. 1, we call them stars. 5% of a big organization, they are stars. They are extremely necessary. They are master planners. They are core, and they add value. 5%. You can say first class group. Then you have 25%. These are called guardians. They are necessary. They also add value. Then you got foot soldiers. They are 50%. They are periphery workers. They are somehow necessary. And the majority of the people belong here. They don't care, they are there. Even if you don't promote him, he doesn't care. Then you have misfits. These are 20%. They are not necessary. They are a cost to be cut. Productivity is low, and they should immediately separate from the organization. So be careful about that. Finally, career changes, procurement, I don't know where you are, but workers may feel stagnated once they reach mid-career, and therefore they have career switch. The average person changes careers at 39 years. That's where most people change careers. And between age 18 and 24, people change jobs 5.7 times on average. Between 25 and 34 years, people change jobs on average 2.4 times during that age group. From 35 to 44, the average is 2.9 change of jobs. From 45 to 52, people have now settled. They are settlers. It's 1.9 times changing jobs. What I'm talking about is, does changing job improve or sustain your professionalism? Is it necessary? So ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the horizon. Professionals are likely to change. The procurement profession may not exist in the next 10 years. The apps may do everything. Be ready. Me, I'm telling you that as somebody who has seen. Be ready to shift to anyone that is near to procurement. What is important is open your mind and read and be ready for any change. That's why I'm saying keep your eyes on the horizon. And finally, procurement profession should not revolve. It's not a revolution. It is an evolution. Humanity has been evolving, not revolving. Revolutions don't last long. You must evolve slowly, steadily, grow into a professional procurement that we shall be proud of. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Wow, wow, wow. Let's give Professor another round of applause. You have spoken to our souls. You have spoken, and the message has really sunk deep. You're still the same yesterday, today, and forever ever knowledgeable, and we appreciate God for that knowledge and for that wisdom. We have had so many things, and as he talked, this afternoon we are talking about the role of procurement in recruitment in the professionalizing of the procurement function. So I just related back, and I remembered, okay, as he was talking, I am a jack of all trades. So I used to be an auditor, and because I used to audit procurement, one day I was told go and work there. But because I came from audit where they say never carry an audit program of same Ministry of Finance and use it in NSSF, you will be stupid. That's what they would tell us. So you have to always change because they are not the same entities. But when I reached in procurement, I found that it doesn't matter whether I'm procuring medicine or pens, or the threshold was the same. So there I kind of didn't understand. And slowly I can see that we are looking at it. In accounting, in our act, there is no process, there is no procedure. There is not even one guidance on who you ask. What is there is the person who is supposed to do accounting. So our act only describes who is an accountant, how should you discipline accountants, but not how they should do their work and who they should ask. And maybe that is why you can sign anything. But what happens here is we are now looking at professionalizing. The budget was read, and almost all that is going through procurement. I have two other experts here, and I want to ask them. I'll ask two questions at the same time. And I'll ask both Mr. Chinji and Bossa. We have heard from Professor. What are the challenges in professionalizing procurement from a staffing perspective? Please give me from your practical example what you have seen and what you have experienced and what you think are the challenges, and then what therefore can be done to create a community of practice that is professional in your view. What should we do now when we come from here? What should be the next step so that this doesn't end up as another lecture? I will start with, in order of, or not seniority, but not in any order, okay? I will start with Bossa for personal reasons, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Thank you so much, the council, for inviting us. Normally, when you speak after the professor, you know the best you can do is to supplement. But I will note a few things. She wanted me to talk about some of the challenges that are in there. I've just decided that I will talk about 2 or 3 things. One of the things is the inputs. When we talk about, he's defined recruitment and selection, but what are the inputs that come into that whole thing called recruitment and selection? I also want to put some addition that actually recruitment is not only at entrance. Even when you are making decisions to promote people, you are only relying on the internal pool of candidates to choose. So it's something that that's a life skill that you have to deal with. Sometimes you have 4 people and you want to choose who should be promoted. Remember, the person who is going to be promoted, the rest of the people have been reporting to them, and now this person is going to put on bigger shoes to be the one supervising the people who were their peers before. How would you prepare them? How would you navigate that? So there are issues to do with the inputs. I'll talk about the process, the things you look at, but I'll also talk about the impact. Normally I say the starting point for every profession is to understand what you want. Last year there was called by the commissioners in public service to talk about the same subject, to talk about professionalizing different communities of practice. I shared the same sentiments. And I was asking some million-dollar questions. One of the questions I left on the floor was, should professionalizing different professions or communities of practice be government-led or private sector-led? Somebody here has a quick answer? Who should take lead? Where do the two meet? Of course, we know that when we talk about professionalizing, later I'll be talking about an enabling law, and I'm happy to know that you are moving in the right direction. But let me go back and just talk about a few things that I know about recruitment. The starting point is that you make an offer to the public or to certain people that there is an opportunity. One of the challenges or mistakes that we do, we oversell the offer. And most of you are procurement professionals here. So when I talk about overselling the offer, I think you understand where I'm coming from. And I'll be saying, always give a realistic job overview. We've done these mistakes. You tell people they are going to find an exciting community of people. They get into the department, and on the first day, nobody says hello. On the first day of reporting. But when you are fronting your opportunity, you say it's an interesting community that they're going to be working with. You need to be aware of the different generations at the workplace and the different approaches you need to attract them to come and work with you. If people are going to be with you for a long time. They are always drivers for people to stay in a profession, and they're always drivers for people to leave. What I know today, we are dealing with a float class of around 20%. These are people who had a job before. For one reason or the other, they no longer have a job, but they have the skills. So you have to have a very good philosophy on procurement of people. Your philosophy, it must align with what the organization wants to achieve. will you allow people who are alumni to come back? Like a professor was telling me. So the issue of how do you go to the market, your go-to-market strategy in terms of getting labor has to be crisp, clear. And in that, we zero down to what happens. All of these are inputs. I call them inputs to the sourcing problem. Understand the market dynamics. The internal labor market and the external labor market. There are many instances where you hire very good people and these good people fail to perform because there is connivance internally to make them fail. Sounds very African, not so? The PhD syndrome, you know, pull him down. Inputs into the recruitment process. There is the issue of how do people come in. The issue of who decides, who makes the final call on who comes in is very, very important. If it is a panel, how is it constituted? It is a panel, but it only has you, the head of procurement. The rest of the people are not professionals in that area. Typically, what we do in our organizations, after the interview process has been completed, we ask the head of the three or of the two, who do you want to work with? Meaning we are looking for similarities. Are we together? Yet, in most cases, when we are doing recruitment and selection, if we are to add value, we should be looking for differences. Are we together? We make that mistake and we say, finally, now that we have like 2-3 candidates, make your shot. They always want the head of the unit to make the final submission. What happened to the hybrid models? We do a lot of crisp, clear methodologies when it comes to procurement of goods, services, and works. But when it comes to the procurement of professionals to come in the procurement unit, we slack, do we? I'm talking from experience. I've participated in recruitment of thousands, tens of thousands of people. So I know. This is what happens. That when it comes to, you let the guard down, yet that should be the starting point. I remember what our moderator mentioned, that when you look at the budget which was read, you may be surprised that that entire budget is about procurement. It's about the people in this room. If you leave these other costs to do with the head count, the rest is what? Either goods, services, or works. Who is at the center stage? Issues of turnaround time. All of these are inputs in the selection process. Governance. I've dealt with governance questions enormous times. The different times I've had an opportunity to restructure organizations. Where should procurement report? It may be clear in the public setting that procurement reports to the chief accounting officer, but it may not be so in other organizations. The big organizations that actually drive this economy are private organizations. So the conversation doesn't end with the PPDA Act. You get it? They'll tell you, the PPDAs, we are aware about the good practices there, but those are public entities. Ours is a private entity. This is what we want. How low should procurement report? Then there's also the issue of the cost. Nothing will come on a silver platter. It's a conversation. We are having a conversation over lunch, and somebody was saying everybody wants to be at the dining, in the C-suite, at the top leadership level, because every function, IT is important, HR is important, legal is important, everyone is important, so everybody gets into the room. Then you get confused. The right thing could be, is there a good matrix on delegation of authority? And who does what, when, how, and where? Those are the issues. Issues to do with the internal succession. How prepared are we for them? If we talk about recruitment, we talk about staffing. Whenever you recruit, you must be recruiting somebody who is capable of stepping into the shoes of the position above them. Are we conscious of this? So I thought when it comes to inputs, those are issues. Then there's the process. If you're hiring somebody, what is the best reference? Do procurement skills cut across? Can somebody who has been working in a sugar factory up country in a procurement unit come and work in a government procurement unit? Yes and no, and why? All of this has to do with standardization. As professionals, as the council, these are the questions you should be ready, because we all go and study. At the end of the day, we create sub-communities of practice. This may not be unique to only procurement, but even other professions. How much do we create a learning environment? Professor talked about learning. Then the other issue has to do with transparency. I won't talk much about that. Equal employment opportunity. Creating credible systems is critical. Reliability means you consistently measure and get the same thing every other time you measure. If I go through the same process tomorrow, will I still arrive at the same candidate? If I changed the panel that made the selection decision and I introduced another panel tomorrow to make the same selection decision, shall we arrive at the same candidate? If I make the selection process 2-stage instead of 1 stage, does that improve the value? And if yes, what kind of terrain do we create? But the extent to which you are successful in terms of input and process is a function of how you define the outcomes. What do you want at the end of the day? When you go to have a conversation with the HR team, what is on top of mind? Is it retention? I've noted here. Is it cost? Is it speed? Is it integration? Professor talked about fitting in the culture. So these are the questions. Is it budget performance that you are pushing? Is it closure of issues, turnaround time? It was talked about in the earlier session. So I think those are the issues. Then I'll use 1 minute to talk about the solutions, and I'll just enumerate and hand over back to the moderator. The director legal from Justice earlier in the dimension talked about exceptional circumstances, operating within the law and following guidelines and putting into consideration the strategic context. But the issue is that there is always temptation to abuse. The most abused thing is exceptional circumstances, because everything can become exception. So what are the things that are critical to professionalism? The people aspect is critical. And enabling law is important. Technology integration is key. Financing. That journey to professionalism cannot happen without finances. It has to be funded. It has to be deliberate, and it must have a community, like the one I see here, that is ready to move the journey, and it must have a monitoring and evaluation mechanism. And most importantly, a complaints handling mechanism. If there is no complaints handling mechanism, you will struggle. And the last one is the stakeholder engagement. It is critical. Professor talked about outdated qualifications. Yes, if you have a qualification of 17 years ago, maybe today you cannot use it if you've not been growing intellectually. So those are the issues I've talked about. They are ethical dilemmas. We know them. I don't want to go there. You are experts there. Then when you talk about exceptional circumstances, there must be a good business case that is valid internally and externally for using certain selection methods when you are hiring people in the department. There must be a good business case why you are not hiring externally and you are saying let's promote so and so within the department. Not because of collegiality. If you follow collegiality at the turn, either forces internally, professional forces, or technical forces, or business forces will take you out of business. I talked about a delegation of authority matrix. Most organizations don't have it, and then all the decisions finally end in one office because there is no structure on who can authorize, who can do what, when and how. It's important that you have that. Lastly, I'll talk about induction. It's very critical. It's an extension. When people come in, make sure they are inducted very well. And there is something that I've become very, very accustomed to, and I'm preaching it, the peer review mechanism. You need to have a peer review mechanism. You must have peers within your space who you run to and ask and benchmark and look in the mirror. People who don't fear to ask you the hard questions. And then they become your accountability partners. That is something. The other thing, the good thing, Professor, is here, is that as early as the university, when we are training, we must know that the doctors, they have internship. The lawyers have some kind of internship. I don't know whether the procurement professionals also have a structured internship program that ushers them into certain ethos and values into the profession. It is food for thought, but one of the things that we are doing as the HR Managers Association, we are reaching out to universities. We've already signed an MOU with the Christian University because we know the parents are not ready. We want to produce somebody who is ready for the market. But we know the parents are not ready to go for an extra year. We are going to get stakeholder resistance. So what are we doing? We are getting practitioners to go and teach. We are restructuring the curriculum to have a very big dose, a very big component of practitioners going to teach the students such that we increase stakeholder confidence in the results that come from universities, particularly in an era where we are dealing with the millennials. So when I talk about millennials, I think you understand. I want to go into, there are very few here, so I can comfortably say this. Attention span issues, there are so many issues with the millennials. We know them. So we can actually structure our university curriculum to have a component where there is interface between the people who are in practice and the people who are in the academia, such that we harness that relationship. I've been invited also by the, to go to, or next week I'll be meeting MUK on the same issue, and we'll be meeting the Vice Chancellor. But Professor, I should have started with MOOCs, eh? I should have started home, eh? But yes, you talked about taking use of secular knowledge. I'm an ardent fan of that. It's important that you don't have 2 years experience repeated 10 times. Eh? For me, the number of years I've done consultancy are equal to the number of years I've done practice, and it's also equal to the number of years I've been in teaching. The only difference is that I'm still a PhD dropout. So Professor will help me get back on the road. But the issue is that try to know something else outside the confines of your profession if you are going to add value. The same way I say this, do not walk alone. Never walk alone. If you present a bill to Parliament today and we have a professionals bill for procurement professionals, but you've left behind the HR professionals, and then the HR professionals are the people you are going to sit with or to run to make certain decisions. Are we together? So when we push the agenda of professionalizing different professions, it is something that we must all hold each other accountable as we run to the finishing line, such that we standardize and we professionalize the different professionals in the country. I thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you so much. So we shall listen from our elder.
Thank you, moderator. I want to start with by thanking the council for organizing the 7th forum, successful 7th forum, IPPU forum. Then I want to thank Professor for the great presentation you've given us. It was a talk from a professor. I want to thank the participants who have persevered up to this time. I want to thank you. You need to clap for yourself, members. I was worried that you may leave us alone here. But thank you for keeping around. In the interest of time, I'll just make just a few comments. In the interest of time, because I know it's a Friday, people are tired. I'll just make a comment on the issue of really the challenges in professionalizing our function. I think one of the challenge that historical challenge, when we are starting when this function was starting, it was initially looked at as law. Legal, at procurement is what? They used to call it what? Rules bound. People used to think that procurement, public procurement is rules bound. This was just a misconception, a failure to appreciate the real function of procurement. Procurement has never been rules bound. But the only difference was that there are different stages as which this public sector procurement has gone through. And I think Professor made an attempt. When you are starting, most reforms globally, when they are starting, they started by using laws. But as the countries move on, you need to reform. And that's why I encourage everybody here to read the procurement policy. I think our procurement policy has really summarized, has put everything, whatever you're talking about, most of the things are already in the policy. What is remaining is implementation. These things of saying that everything has been put in a book, now it's our task. These laws are not a cast in stone. It's our job now. We have left that stage of looking at what? Of putting everything in the law. In fact, before he left office, I was also challenged by the lady we are working with that you people, why are you putting everything in the law? And I was also telling them that why did you put them in the law? But it came from you. So I think the good news that at the Ministry of Justice, they are aware. But the challenge remains with you and you, because I'm no longer with you. Like I'm out of it. I'm out of it. But it's you, the young generation. We have read books. Most of you have even reached the level of having PhDs. But are you professionals? Are the papers depicting what you are doing? I think that's the biggest challenge we have. That's over, we are now, this law came into place 2003, now 20 years. 20 years down the road. Are people, do your academic papers reflect what you are doing? Can we pass that test of the Six Sigma? Six Sigma? Can we pass that test? Of only having three errors. 3 in a million transactions. I'm telling you, we have a very big challenge. You find when you get an opportunity of looking at investigation reports, audit reports, you wonder at times that was this really a procurement professional who did this? Some of the things that we do have left other stakeholders saying that, are these people really serious? And at one time, there was even a debate, for your information. Do we need this cadre? If you're not aware. So I'm just warning you people. There was a debate in the cabinet. And these people these people gone beyond. I'm not saying that all the tomatoes are bad, but there are some bad tomatoes that have killed our profession. And unless we have the passion, as this professor said, we must have the passion. So are we attracting the right candidates? Are we getting the right candidates when we go out to recruit? Are we getting the right candidates? Or are we getting people, because now people are going into procurement because they know that's where there's money. And that has killed the profession. And I'm telling you, if you look at the Scandinavian countries, if you look at the Transparency International reports, I think they're the best in terms of transparency. I mean, in terms of integrity. They're doing very well. Those Sweden, Norway, and so those are the top on top. But they don't have, some of them even don't have procurement laws. Some of them don't have procurement laws. And where they exist, they're about 3 pages. They just show the principles, and the rest is left to you. But the question is, you people are now practicing, or in the operations, are you really practicing what you're told? Or you are doing other things? So it's one thing, calling yourself a profession, is another thing, as he said, by the way, that 50% of what we see in CVs, you may find 50% are lies. People tailor the CVs according to what you want to do. It's like the bidding, these people are bidding. They tailor the bid they are proposing according to what they want to. If they want an experience of 10 billion, they will change the figures that they did in this work in this place like this. They will deceive. So I think at the end of the day,
the onus is on the practitioners. We need to change our mindset. We need to love our profession. Nobody's going to change this function of procurement. Actually, what they think of is removing. You heard what was thinking at one time. Yeah? So there was a debate. We need to change. Are we really? Do we have? Are we showing value? Where when we join institutions, can we prove that when I came here, this is what I have added as a procurement person, as a procurement cadre? Can we start making reports to management? That's why I like the private sector. We made an attempt in public sector, but people are resisting because there are these monthly reports from PPDA. They're saying, why should we make reports? But nobody will ever respect your report. I mean, your function, if they don't know what you're doing. If you don't report, they also leave you as a clerical function. I think the parastatals, most procurement managers make reports. They account. What have they done? How have they contributed to the success? Or if you have a master's, you have a degree, or you are a fellow, or you are a chartered member of CIPS or so, what has been your contribution? So members, I think the biggest challenge is not going to come from cabinet, it's going to come from you, ourselves. We need to walk the talk. We need to walk the talk. This business of looking at the bid document and it has 50% are errors and was written by a professional. We need to find this. If we don't improve, we have a very big challenge. Now, what are the solutions? As I've said, the job starts with you, of professionalism. Now, when it comes to recruitment, I was privileged to have participated in a number of recruitments. I think there are a number of people here whom I interviewed when I was still in office. But there's one challenge I've seen in Public Service Commission, and I think there is need to have a reform there. I'm telling you. It's unfortunate that IPP, you forgot to invite the Public Service Commission people. They should have been here. There's a very big challenge when you are recruiting procurement people. The issue is not your competence, by the way. They don't, for me, I believe they should be based on competence. Competence, not anything else. It should be competence. But their approach in the Public Service Commission, they have a, I'm not a member of that, but I used to attend as a representative. But it's unfortunate that it's not based on what? Competence. Because if you don't have a competence assessment, you're not going to get the right people. Where I've managed to, interview panels I've managed to attend and I've advised and use competence-based, we normally get the right people. You normally get it because if you know what you want and you look at competences, not this CV as someone has said. Someone may have a very good CV, but when you give them a task, they cannot do what? They cannot perform. So if they are recruited, they always say X and Y are useless, are misfits. They are not. They are what? They are misfits. They are not adding any value, but just bringing problems. I've seen. I know we have in our sector we have people who have big titles, but practically they are not adding any value. You don't see them in these forums. You don't see them in anywhere else. When PPD goes to visit their entities, they are the worst, but they are enjoying the titles, as I say. So it's not the title. It's not the professional qualification you have, but putting the professional qualification into practice. And members, our profession is at threat. And not by anyone else, but we are the people. We are sat on the branch and we are cutting the what? We are sat on the branch and we are on a tree and on the branch and we are cutting the what? We need to change the way how we practice. And that's how they respect our profession. At the end of the day, we must show value that we've done A, B, C, D, and these are there. If you look at that policy, there are many proposals we've put there, which can change the procurement, system in this country. There are many proposals that we've put there. But some people think these are academic. But they're not academic. As I said, you cannot run away from theory. Professor said you can't run away from theory. You start from theory, but downstream there's something. I'm one of the people who have been singing, or been trying to advocate that we need to change the way how we look at procurement. It's about service delivery. It's not about competition. It's not about okay, there's some transparency, but transparency, competition, those principles we have in the law, these are just means of what we need to do. The real thing is about value for money. Whether you're transparent and what, but there's no value for money, it's useless. It's useless. And that's why those principles contradict each other today. That's why now countries are now pursuing value for money, and the others are means of how to do it. Because when you talk of local content, promoting local content, aren't you infringing on the fairness? aren't you conflicting on that principle? It contradicts. So that's why today we are now looking at we need to think of really rebranding. We need to think of the way of rebranding and change the way how we do things. I want to thank you, moderator. In the interest of time, let me stop here. In the interest of time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, our panelists. And maybe before we wrap this up, I'll give one lady and one gentleman a chance to give either a reaction or a question so that we can wrap this up. Okay, so he's giving a chance to, from this side, I don't see any hand. This side, I think people have all understood. Do you see any hand up? Okay, I think everyone being a Friday, first of all, you have challenged us a lot because you have told us to always ensure we don't have more than 3 errors in 1 million transactions. I hope each of us has checked ourselves and realized how many procurements have you done and how many errors have you had in them. And then, of course, we have been told we have stayed for so long and we should be innovative. And I think one killer of innovation is, I have no qualms against procurement, but I find procurement so uninnovative. Everything has a template, so you are never given a chance to think. You want this, fill here. They have written everything for you, so they reach somewhere and they say, fill in the date. So I think it kills, if there was one job that bored me in terms of not letting me be innovative, it was procurement, those evaluation reports, those bid forms. There is no creativity. Even when you wake up and you want to write something nice, there is Form 16. I hated those things. And so I am glad if you want input into having a new law that lets people be innovative, for free, I am available. Because those 7 years in procurement, one thing that bothered me, Form 1 to Form 49, they are a headache. I hate them. They are boring. They don't encourage thinking. They are so bad, okay? I hope it will soon change. It will kill people's thinking ability. And if you give someone another challenge to prepare a different kind of report when there is no form for it, you'll find that the person will stare at you. I'm just saying it in good faith. So I think we need to change that part. Thank you, Professor. It has been so wonderful.
There is a question here.
And finally, there is a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Betty from Moni. Mine is not really a burning question, but more of appreciation to the insightful presentations. You have given us real highlights of what we should do when we go out there. Maybe something small to Mr. David. He made a presentation. He noted that when we are employing in the employment sectors, there is a big difference between sometimes the paperwork, the CV, and the real experience. Maybe you could briefly share with us how entities should handle that. How should they balance the paperwork and the experience when they go out there into the employment? Thank you.
Moderator, I think let me answer that one by saying that one of the best ways, for instance, if you are recruiting, let's combine practical and theory plus oral. But if I use the example of Public Service Commission, it's oral. And I think the chairman's question may be taking much more weight than the technical person's question. The technical person, if I want to recruit a procurement profession, a commissioner or an assistant commissioner, my technical question may take about 30%. But the other non-technical questions take 70%. If we are to change in a good setup, the technical takes 70% or 80%. And the technical may include practical, vis-a-vis theory, and maybe oral. So that's one way of how we can address that. So if someone has deceived you, you will not deceive you when it comes to practical aspect. So that's one way of how we can address that. Thank you.
Maybe I can add one thing to that, that if you have inflated, typically the traditional, well, that's why for me, if you asked me what I have to finally comment, is that there is a lot of knowledge that procurement experts have that we need to borrow, integrate knowledge into HR practice such that we improve the recruitment and selection process. That's what I can say. If you are procuring goods and services and somebody has an inflated CV saying they have been able to go to places X, Y, and Z and they have provided services there, how do you vet? I'm sorry to throw it back to you. Vetting must be going through at all stages of the process. I even tell people there has to be a very clear declaration of conflict of interest at this, right from the day somebody conceives that they're going to apply. Even the conflict of interest can actually appear midway in the recruitment process. At the second stage of the interview, you may discover one of the people involved in the process is related to you, is your neighbor, is your cousin, etc., etc. So it's important that vetting goes through the entire process rather than restricting it at the end. Most organizations vet you after they have given you an offer, but they are very interesting and intelligent tools which you can use to find information before you actually make a decision, even to call somebody for an interview in the first place. I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And in the interest of time, may we give a hand of applause to our panelists and our discussants. Professor, we are very humbled for you have steered us up this afternoon, and I'm sure each of us, for people to remain seated on a Friday, even it's 5 o'clock, and they have not stood up, you do not need to be told whether you have done a great job. So may God bless you, and may you continue to accept to come and feed into us. And to you, for having been an amazing audience, you can pour yourself a cup of tea at no cost, and that is a sign of thank you from me, your moderator. Thank you all, and let's meet again. And MC,
thank you so much for the wonderful session that we have had, and I believe those claps that you're hearing is a demonstration that I have really appreciated. Thank you so much, colleagues. Two administrative announcements. One, there is a questionnaire that has been circulated by PPDA that is on your tables. I want to request that you fill that questionnaire. It's a small survey, and the feedback is very important. At the tail end of this program today, we'll have an evening tea, but it will end with a cocktail. So I want to request that you keep with us until the very end. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, allow me invite the Commissioner, Procurement Policy and Planning from the Ministry of Finance to give us his remarks and the closing remarks for the session. Welcome, Dr. Isaac Chaligonza.
Thank you, MC, for giving me space to. Thank you, MC, for giving me space to say a few remarks as we end the 7th Procurement Summit. No. Okay. The guest of honor in absentia, who is the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, and who was here, but could not keep with us until this time. The ED and the representative from PPDA, I can see he took leave. The chairperson and members of the IPPU Council, facilitators and panelists, procurement professionals, invited participants, sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isaac Chaligonza. I am the Acting Commissioner, the Procurement Policy and Management Department. I took over from Emeritus Commissioner David Chinji, who I'm happy was able to be present and has shared his experience. Maybe before I delve much into the closing remarks, I am number 007 of IPPU, and I want to request for all those that were founder members of IPPU to stand up. If anyone is here and was among the first IPPU council members to stand up. Yes. Can we a hand clap? You can have a seat. I want to make some observations, especially from the angle of the summit. One, about the timing. There were concerns about the timing in terms of end of financial year and the demands that come with it. We may have to rethink together, the council and other stakeholders, in terms of when we should have it appropriately held. Two, the number of days. I subscribe to other professional bodies or other procurement related summits in other countries, one of them being in India. I'm a member of KISIM. But I want to suggest that we rethink on the number of days that we want to hold and conduct our summit. Given the volume of debate and the anxiety I was seeing from the audiences, one day starting from 9 to 4 as it was planned seems not to be enough for us to explode and come out of where we are as we also think of the next session. So I think that is another observation I want to make and share with the Comrade Kalitani and Madame Perry and everybody else. The other issue is to rethink about a drive, a massive, aggressive drive for membership, for recruitment into the profession or the institute, so to say. I was looking at submissions to cabinet made by the emeritus, and as per 22nd of February 2022, we had only 23% of the paid up members. Now, if you have 1,000 members and you only have 23% of paid up members, then there's something missing. I picked from the chairperson of the council that one of the problems could be the absence of an enabling tool, an enabling law. And in my subsequent notes, I want to address myself to that and give hope to the members. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, for giving the end of session or summit notes.
But on a special note, I want to thank the IPPU Council for the selection of panelists and members that was done. The topic was professionalizing the cadre if I want to be that crude. But I'm happy that with the emerging or the prevailing issues, you are able to pick on the Minister for Constitutional Affairs. From his natural presentation in the morning, I thought that if I were a member of the council, I was going to give that honorable minister a certificate of membership. He did it so well and in a natural way. For me, it gave me an entry point that next week, actually I got his number, that next week I want to follow up the appointment that I want to declare later in my submission to you about the formation of the Institute for Procurement and Supply Chain Management Professionals. Members, the theme cannot be overemphasized, but this theme fits so well into what my emeritus and the Emeritus Commissioner, I'll keep referring to him, that he put in a document that these days I work with because I'm transiting from operations to policy. So I work with that document, Bwana David Chinji. Pillar number 4 of the procurement policy, which he calls the National Public Sector Procurement Policy, is about the people aspect. It's about human resource. So the theme that was selected for me excited me because it is pillar number 4 of a document that was approved by Cabinet, I think, in 2019. So it fits so well into that policy. And for me, a lot of discussion today has been made, and I have a number of areas to take home for policy guidance. I want to pick about 3 of them. One was raised on the involvement of procurement practitioners in project appraisal processes. The minister said, look for your space. Professor has mentioned it. I've been to some countries where procurement, as we want to take it strategic, procurement professionals are involved in donor project-funded appraisal processes. I have been involved in some ministry, and therefore we want to take it at policy level, across board. Why should a procurement officer not be involved in appraisal process of a project, yet there are timelines, and the person best equipped to guide on timelines is that procurement professional? Because then tomorrow, when they're evaluating the performance of a project and they're looking at timelines, they are not looking at timelines from an accountant's view who gave unrealistic timelines. And at the end of the day, when government is being rated in terms of performance, you find they are saying, we are below this. We have spent only 26% of the budget. Why? Because it was garbage in and therefore garbage out. So I picked that matter very seriously, and I want to take it. To another level. You were also fed onto our efforts on EGP. EGP alongside the professionalization. They are twin brothers. We have set timelines under what we are calling the business process reengineering. We are engineering that EGP, and there were a lot of concerns here raised, and especially when, for example, the representative from the Solicitor General's office indicated that for them, they wouldn't want to be regulated in terms of time. Yes, we are saying it shouldn't be that rules bound, but if we've accepted that we have set a number of days for evaluators, a number of days for contracts for me to have done ABCD, then let's move to Solicitor General, especially now that we have gone E, and tell them don't go beyond this. For purposes of efficiency, let us have your clearances done within a specified period of time. I don't want to keep you around, but when the professor started talking, then I remembered the theories about what ought to be and what it is. I picked some areas that I think we should be taking forward as practitioners, whether we are stars or guardians or misfits. We want to use such a tool to analyze where the practitioners, where ourselves are. It looked to me as a real life tool that can be employed. While seated there, I was imagining, I'm transiting from operations, Ministry of Defense. Like he said, do I miss the calls from my bosses, or they'll keep contacting me? Was it only about suppliers or strategic and value-adding positioning? We have a lot other issues that we picked, but because of time, I think I will take them up. I have members from the policy here. I have taken note of those issues from the procurement policy department in the Ministry of Finance that I want to pick from this summit and take forward. I have already emphasized the convergence of mind about the topic today, and it fit into our policy as well as the PPDA Act. Now, allow me some few minutes to update you on the professional body. We are scheduled for a meeting on the 5th of July, and soon I will invite some of you, and especially those that were involved in the process of drafting the principles. We are scheduled to have that meeting at the first Parliamentary Council, and this is time now to have our minds together and never go back, but have our professional body in the name of procurement and supply chain management move forward. I hope you not let me down, because we cannot have a professional body the way we call it, that was born in April 2008, remain a company by what? Limited by guarantee, as it were. I was a party, but like Doctor said, we are evolving. We want to evolve from that to the procurement and the supply chain management professionals institute. Kenya has done it. Kenya did it. They have just changed the name, and through Act of Parliament. So we want to be there. We are always a star in the region, and we can't be left behind. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the ministry, I want to pledge total support for the quest to professionalize the procurement and supply chain management cadre. I'm pledging support that was exhibited also by the Accountant General in the morning. As I conclude, finally, we all know that we must associate with this body because professionalization means accountability, it means autonomy, it means integrity, and it means knowledge, as it were. Once again, I thank you for listening. I thank you for braving throughout the day, and I wish you the best of the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And as the Commander 001, we have no option but to follow you whenever summoned. And I think it's a pledge that all the cadres are giving here, Therefore, to justify that that is the pledge you are giving, that's why, Commissioner, you hear they are clapping with a very loud round of applause. That is a commitment that they will follow you wherever you tell them to go. At this point in time, Commissioner, having given the closing remarks, I request that we rise to our feet. We are going to have a closing prayer, and then we'll have the anthems, and the ceremony will be officially closed. Then after that, we'll delve into what we, in other circles, we call chimeza. We have evening tea and a cocktail. Grace Nawagereka will lead us in a prayer. Please move to the front. Grace Nawagereka works with Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Grace, please move to the front. And I happen to have shared a class with her. I've never heard her speak in public, so let it be the platform to give us a closing prayer. Grace, you are holding our time and tea and the anthems. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let's humble ourselves for prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the deliberations which have been made to make this event a success. We pray to you as we are going back to our respective places to guide us, keep us, and take care of us as we embark. And God blesses everyone.
Amen. As you can see, people get hijacked when it is time for prayer. Okay. DJ, please give us the anthems. Thank you so much for the endurance, perseverance to stay the course till this time. We have an evening tea, the same place we had the break teas in the morning, and then we also have a cocktail. We request that we are all part of these last-minute social interactions. On behalf of the IPPU, we thank you, and please keep the flame burning, keep the love. Rukundo Egumeho.